Good shock. Good morning. Good morning. We're gonna get started shortly as soon as the drum is ready. We will have our opening song, then our opening prayer. We're gonna get started in a few minutes, as soon as the drum is ready. No pressure. Okay, good morning. We're gonna get started. Good morning. Okay, we're gonna start with the opening song. Ready? Okay, all right. Nishnawbe Aski, if we can all stand. Miigwech, Walking Bear for the opening song. So I'd like to call upon Elder Terry Fiddler for the opening prayer.
Yeah.
Miigwech, wache, good morning itinawa nongo ngagache baya. Maachekche, minwashing kogami nigwek manito. Ka wabanda makke, we wasea. Egoge awe, kemishomnan, ka bisage chwech. En so gache bayag, en a nakomangich kabich na nimegwek. Awe ge gokumenan. Maach ka wikche wasezit nongum katebekak. Mige awe miigwech enaga kaganoin nimegwek kabich. Miigwech tishk dinnaag kinna. Shonya kamigok ndego dik ndotem. Kinak dejon bejogo mitea. Kina komen manito nongum gagaje bayak. He min shang abit kionje abat stoang oegisga. Mite shejik china nakomigo nongum gabit che tutamo shang kinagegon. He gani noende tutamang. He non de zang eskam ni noenge go tutamad. Mite skin kinagegon nepagit namago nongum gagaje bayak. Oegega Baska kanani noena moats nongum gagaje bayak. Ka naniguach to temuan gazayawach. Ego ga yakuswach, akusyoga magong. Wetigega ganenda guswach, nanda bago kchiaga magong. Kinagawich migo gabich, chiganenda moshang, no magege abich. Vita shejga gwich minan mak kinagani bawang. Kanoin vishnam. Gabich min shnam gigishwadzon. Gabich min shnam minop madzon. Ke on jimin den damage minch nam gwen nos don't senanag go betag nanag dos kad zim nanag ke bechewa mangitwa mama jish ke bech ke wino ekanoen de zo at shwa skad zak mi sheje baksen minan manito kanawenem wabanda e ge wino wasea peswa ge wino china bot Oege chinagata moat oegat ben megot chegegon Miesha gwech minan manto kinda og makana gano ene manongum gawi kchan kiat minot ogwege otan kig maga gababamban wat kiabich gewinat segano enda gusat Bie mi gwech nan nongum manito ogega bakina mang minot kano en mishnam Bie mi gwech
Okay, Miigwech Terry, Miigwech to Walking Bear for the beautiful song. So this time I'll call Adam up to do a day recap.
Miigwech, Connie. Go Jim now wenungum agjibag. Go miigwech ndana Terry gagi gjibayim hets. Go minano gagi mategiat skadzak Walking Bear. So good morning, everyone. I'd like to acknowledge and give thanks to the drum and Elder Terry Fiddler for the opening for today. So just really quickly, well, first of all, I'd like to call the meeting to order. Day 2, welcome back, chiefs, delegates, elders, women's council, youth council, NAN citizens, all observers, NAN staff, everyone that is here, all of our guests, welcome back. I know it was a long day yesterday. I hope you got some rest overnight. Time to roll up our sleeves again. We've got a packed agenda for today, day 2. So looking forward to your deliberations. Just a quick recap. I don't want to spend too much time on yesterday, but just a quick summary on yesterday. Of course, we started with Walking Bear, the drum group, the special honoring for the young man that was mentioned, and the healing and the prayers that we're looking for many in our communities as well. So we had the opening prayer and call to order. We went through the procedural resolutions. Grand Chief Fiddler provided opening remarks that highlighted some of the need to remain united and to work together alongside each other to ensure that our communities are safe. And also to be a voice for what happens on our lands across our territory, and to reinstate our traditional laws, our laws that we have, that we've always had, to take care of our lands. So we immediately got into resolutions. So we had 17 resolutions that were passed yesterday. Of course, right until about 9:30 last night. So again, I commend you all for hard work and dedication. A lot of decisions that were made, direction that was provided to the NAN executive on a number of issues. We also had Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse provided an update on the final settlement agreement. We went in camera for some of that discussion, some very important updates that were shared. Also, we got into the Jordan's Principle and the Choose Life presentation decision that you made in terms of steps moving forward in the best interests of NAN First Nations and our people, our families, our children. We also had the in-camera session dealing with nuclear waste. We had the presentation with JFK Law, and then we had the in-camera session as well as a resolution that was passed. So we winded down the evening with a very powerful presentation from the Men's Healing Initiative. It emphasized the power of love, resilience, hope, forgiveness, and also a safe place to heal. And so it was a very powerful session last night. I know the room was pretty moved with some of the acknowledgement of the strength and the courage that the group was up here displaying, with their willingness to share some of their stories. And so there was a unanimous decision, a resolution to support the request that they be together and come together as an advisory council to promote healing, men's healing. So that was, again, a very full day, and then we closed with prayer. Elder Terry Fiddler wrapped up with prayer, and we went on our way. So hopefully we got some rest. So we do have quorum. We're going to get right into business. We have the agenda for this morning. On the agenda, it says 10 o'clock that we were going to get into the special honoring. Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler is going to lead that, the special honoring with guests from Fort Severn. It says 10 o'clock, but it's, I know we've got lots to do. It's 9:15, but we'll get right into it. And then we've got a full agenda. From the original agenda, the change we made for today was we added the Open Chiefs Forum late this afternoon. That'll be after the Bill 5 legal challenge presentation. Also, there was a resolution from yesterday that we're going to deal with after the Bill 5 discussion at 1:30. And we'll have that resolution, and then we'll have an open forum. So we've got lots to do. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler, who will invite up some of our special guests.
Miigwech Adam, good morning. Ogumakanik, Unashuanrik. Good morning to everyone that's also joined us by video. We want to spend a bit of time this morning to honor 7 extraordinary community members from the Nishnawbe Aski Nation from Fort Severn that took part in a search back in August of a young man that came to our territory to hike from the NAN territory to Alaska. That was his dream, and we wanted to honor him and also those that searched for him and ultimately found him deceased. So I want to ask Chief Matthew Kakaspan to come here, to come up here and help lead this ceremony. So at this time, I'll turn it over to Chief Kakaspan, and we will be supported by our Elders Council as well. Do you want chairs or how do you want to say? You want the chairs in there? Yeah. Can I ask our staff to bring in 7 chairs into the circle? He's saying it. What he is. Angus. Oh, yeah, you want them to come up? We should toss them to come. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we don't go get them or? Who's thanks? Yeah. Boss. Okay. Yeah. Huh? So if I talk in Korean, it's me translate it too. Okay. Oh, she's somewhere. Angus. Angus, where's Lily? Is this one come? Oh. Yeah, well, wait. So it was scheduled for 10 o'clock. So I think Matthew was going to introduce them, and Matthew is going to make some comments. Then we'll turn over to the elders. Okay. What do you want me to do? Introduce them? Wait, I think he starts just coming down. It's just coming down anyways. Okay. Amjögen I Panama Kagida Ugumakan Wazahok Matthew Kakaspan.
Wache kakano gumakanak elders, I go friends. Good morning. That now kakano. Naskuman pshish bagnugan che chanamotaman agis gagis panik utawasok uma utanak nandan nishabis mutanak. I just want to say a little bit about what happened to our community this past summer. In early August, a young man came to our community. He came from Pewanak. I could say he had been living there for a couple of years, living with the learning from people in Pewanak. So he'd been there for 2 years. This young man was an adventurer from Norway, whose plans was to venture the Canadian wild country and eventually make his way to Alaska. Our community, when he stopped there for a few days, our community, just like what Fort Severn is always like, it's that they really took a liking to this young man. They they visited him and they helped him, and they even provided some advice as to what he needed to do as he was going on his way to York Factory. I always thought York Factory, I've lived in Fort Severn for a good part of my life. I always thought York Factory was a few hours away, but it's not. I know a lot of people. I was getting calls, texts, people from other communities saying, I want to come and help. I want to start walking from Fort Severn. But in order to put that into context, Fort Severn to York Factory is the same distance as Dryden is to Thunder Bay. So if you can just think about that, it takes about 4 hours on the highway driving at 100 kilometers an hour. It's quite a ways. And that's where this young man was headed. I didn't know Stefan. I never met the man. I never met the young man. I was living in in Sulakot when I got elected as chief, and I never got to meet him when he was passing through. I just heard about him when he was through Facebook posts that my community members were sharing, and that's how I knew him. On August 14, Angus Miles, which was Stefan's check-in, got concerned about him because he failed to check in. Even though Angus listed him as a missing person after 24 hours, no one seemed all concerned about this young man. The RCMP, Search and Rescue, made all sorts of excuses as to why they couldn't help. Excuses that had to do with the Manitoba-Ontario border. York Factory is on the other side of the border. Fort Severn's on the Ontario side. So we as a community took it upon ourselves to search for this young man. After all, this young man was a human being who needed help. He needed our help. Unfortunately, after 10 days of searching by helicopter and on foot, Stefan's body was found in the river. We believe the high tides of the Hayes River overcame him as he was crossing the river. in our area, we live on the coast, and every 12 hours we get 12 and a half hours, the tide comes in, and sometimes the tide is not that high, but sometimes it's really high, like at least 10 feet high. So what we think is the tide got him while he was crossing. On behalf of the Fort 7 First Nation, I want to extend our deepest thanks to the volunteers, supporters, and friends who came together in the search for our friend, the late Stefan, who we got to call as the Norway man. Although the outcome was not what we prayed and hoped for, Stefan's remains were found and has been taken home by his family with dignity and peace. We are profoundly grateful to every volunteer who gave their time and strength, to those who wanted to walk the land day after day, and to Whiskair and its pilots. Whiskair is the helicopter company that provided us the transport, and to the many who offered prayers and encouragement from near and far. This search was not government funded. The initial search was paid for by the community of Fort Severn with the help of the Wainaman First Nation. The final search was paid for by approximately 200 donors, including friends and supporters from Norway. They contributed financially to make this effort possible. Together, they raised $360,000 at last count. A remarkable act of generosity that shows how deeply Stefan's story touched our people across our communities and our nations. Today, we recognize the courage of the lead searcher, Angus Miles, and his helpers, David Matthews, Nathan Matthews, Nathan Hausen, George Miles, Andrew Thomas, and Wayne Matthews, and Norman, help me, Norman. Miles. And the full search team, including the pilots, they gave me their names, Jordan and Jake, I think. And they're here with us. We thank and acknowledge the steady support of political leaders who stood beside us through this difficult time, especially Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler and the Honorable Saul Mamakwa, and the chiefs and the numerous chiefs who called, and to those who carried, and to those who carried the responsibility on our behalf. Your efforts are not forgotten. Although we had hoped for that Stefan, that we would welcome Stefan home safely, his spirit brought our people together in a way we have never seen in many years. The way our nations gathered and supported our efforts was way beyond amazing. Stefan's life and story will remain part of our shared history. He is with our ancestors now, and he will continue to walk the land with us. So on behalf of the councilors, our council, our elders, and our families in Fort Severn, we say miigwech to all the people who helped. Miigwech.
Miwe nongam gato tamak. The ceremony that we're going to be doing is for the young people here that went through a lot of trauma. I went through a lot of pain, expectations that didn't meet their expectations, and the tragedy of this young man that perished in one of our northern communities. And I want to explain. Sure. Anyway, I just wanted to let you guys know, let the people here know that the following ceremony that we're going to do is it's called a blanket ceremony. We're going to blanket these special people that did a tremendous job, and we want them to keep on living. The blanket ceremony is to give them strength, to give them back the life that they knew, and to keep on doing the same thing that they did, helping their own community. And this blanket ceremony, we're gonna put blankets on each one of them, and then after that, we're gonna ask the drum to do an honor song for them. And we feel very strongly that the ceremony needed to happen because we look after each other in our communities. We give them that prayers and the strength that they need right now, because it's been traumatizing for them, and we need to lift them up. And that's the meaning of the blanket ceremony, lifting them up again to keep on doing what they were doing before, and to give them strength and comfort. Miigwech kitinawa umaga kegi noaga noabig miigwech. I've asked the Women Youth Council to come and help us here, and the Women's Council, and because we, in our communities, in our old ancestral ways, the women were the keepers of the village, and this is why I've asked the ladies and the women to come and help us with this ceremony and to lift up these people.
Yeah, miigwech to the onog kchihag chikweg agi much the ceremony, the blanket ceremony. So I'm going to ask Grand Chief Alvin Fiddler for closing comments as part of this special recognition and the ceremony that has just taken place. So Grand Chief.
Miigwech, Danag, the Elders Council, the Women's Council, the Youth Council, for helping with the ceremony. I just want to acknowledge our staff as well for planning this very special ceremony. And I also just want to express my thanks to the special volunteers that we are honoring here this morning. We know that losing a loved one, a family member, is very painful, and there is no such thing as closure. But I hope, and it's our prayer, that the ceremony will bring some measure of comfort and healing to these individuals that we are honoring here this morning, and their families and their community. And I also just want to express my thanks to all of you, the leadership of NAN, that stepped up back in August and September to help raise the funds necessary to make this search possible. And that is how they were able to find their loved one. So miigwech minadikit kaysa isaguti sinakumayak mando anin nagoy seg kabadzunan gabazugo seg jisa tia nakumayak mando manan amiganiza nakumayan weapon gani sa manigistige kwek ka kan stonawayak kuganwak awad mistake again kiats gidanad nawats kagisay kawaz udadaman miigwech good now.
Yeah, miigwech kchugumakan Alvin Fiddler, you and Gag you gagi sig nogum gagi nibing no gagi nanat ngewach no gagi knoach inda gan nachmenda nogum gagi. So thank you, Grand Chief, for those comments, and we'd like to acknowledge the leadership of Fort Severn, Chief Matthew Caspen, as well as the searchers that are here, and the special recognition and the honoring that has taken place. And I know one of the comments was that although it was a tragic outcome, it was something like this that brought many of our nations together. The outpouring of support and bringing people together that took place during the search. I know there are people going through and so I will give it a minute here while that takes place. But what we will do, just so that we're getting ready, is we will be going to the agenda item from last night. And very shortly, actually, you can make your way up now. I'm going to invite NAN Legal Counsel Mike Sherry to make his way up. And we will get right into the update on the NAN Comprehensive Review, as well as the Governance and Finance Committee Terms of Reference. As part of that, there will be a resolution. And we will get into that presentation very shortly. But we want to allow some time right now for the outpouring of support for the individuals that are here with us, the Chief of Fort Severn, as well as the searchers that have just been acknowledged and recognized. So immediately after this next agenda item, we'll probably take a short break. We'll have a break, our morning health break, and then we'll get into the rest of the agenda for this morning, which will be the education jurisdiction presentation. For this afternoon, we'll get into a number of agenda items. Some of them may require an in-camera discussion. I know there is a presentation on the Bill 5 challenge, which is legal action. Sometimes there's privileged information when you're dealing with legal strategy, especially if you're taking legal action. We may need to go in camera. We'll take direction from the presenters. Also, there will be an in-camera session, an update on health transformation. And we also will have the Chief's open forum as the final item for this afternoon. Mi agishtanung, mi mstahi gavich, doesn't you go near Amagan Winogam Kagizgak, Majum stay, Kagwan Gagchet Kig, and Quitamoeg, Onuk Gdan Shnima, Gabijatamoeg. Mi amigos in Danag, again, I'd like to acknowledge the elders that performed the blanket ceremony and the drum that was here. Sag Hamwaj from the circle. Let's give them a hand. Yeah, amigos. Okay, we'll get into business. Roll up our sleeves again, down to the nitty gritty. I'm going to invite Mike Sherry to come up. Again, this is the agenda item from yesterday. The update on the NAN comprehensive review, as well as the Governance and Finance Committee terms of reference. There will be a resolution as part of this, and we'll get into that as soon as you let me know.
Thanks, Adam. Mike Sherry, and thanks the chiefs, elders, and other people here. So this was the Governance and Finance Committee issue. This was ready for presentation at the Keyway one. There was a presentation, also the draft resolution. So it's basically dealing with that leftover business from the Keyway one. The terms of reference that are part of the resolution that Adam mentioned that we're dealing with at the end, they're in the chief's package, and I believe were sent out beforehand. So just starting off, I'd like to acknowledge the people who are on the committee, that we Teresa Fiddler, Wally McKay as elders. We also have Chief Constant, Chief Taylor, Chief Kakagemic, and with the finance being added to the committee, we have Chief Corsten. And CAO Gary Dokis is there, as well as NAN support staff. In terms of a background of the committee, just as a refresher, I'm just going to use the whereas clauses from the resolution as kind of a primer, but fairly straightforward. There was the governance committee was created by a Chiefs Assembly resolution in early 2023, and the mandate of the committee was confirmed by another Chiefs resolution again in 2314. And so the committee has been in operation since then. It was fully confirmed by the Chiefs and Assembly to start that work, and they've been doing work since then to this day. But the Chiefs Committee, the Governance Committee, felt that it was important for them to have terms of reference just to organize their work and to make sure that they follow the mandate of the Chiefs. So that's what is before us today. The terms of reference that were developed by the committee and approved by the executive, and now they're before the Chiefs in Assembly for approval. In terms of the main purposes of the governance committee, at least originally, they were to, number one, manage certain complaints in relation to the non-executive council and the CAO and also the governance committee itself as they come up from time to time. And that's the first part. The second part of the mandate, equally important, is to improve the governance structure and policies of DAN, taking into account First Nation traditions. So that would be reviewing things like the Executive Council Code of Conduct, the bylaw, the election procedures, and that kind of thing. The Governance Committee is advisory in nature and features the core of those 5 chiefs that I mentioned. There's a vacancy right now. The Governance Committee has, since its inception, has performed worked on a couple of investigations and policy development work, and is now recommending these terms of reference to further organize its work going forward. The terms of reference that are before you and the resolution, they assume, or they're based on the termination of the current Finance Committee and the blending of its responsibilities into the NAN Governance Committee. So it would now become the NAN Governance and Finance Committee. So that was approved by the NAN Executive in August, but it's of course subject to the approval of the Chiefs and Assembly. That blending concept was done for a couple of reasons, mainly efficiency, because the work seemed to be connected, and also just as a practical matter, as it turns out, my understanding is that a lot of the members, there was a significant crossover in members, so that it just seemed more efficient to have the meetings to blend those two functions to ensure that we have quorum and also for just efficiency reasons. And so that's what's being suggested, is that those two functions, so it would now become the Governance and Finance Committee. And in fact, certainly my observation over the last few months or even up to a year has been that it's, it's been easier, more straightforward.
Make sure.
Sorry, yep,
Chief Huerchi.
yep.
Can I get a copy for one of my youth here? She needs to follow the what you're talking about. She doesn't have a booklet.
Yeah, my presentation is based on the document, or like, for example, in that book.
This is the booklet I've received as a chief.
Mhm.
And these council members here are not getting a copy. And I ask why? Why aren't they getting this copy?
Oh, the booklet, people should have a copy of the booklet, so
Yeah,
hopefully there's more copies around. Hopefully
Can somebody give him a copy here? Like, I want him to follow.
Okay, so hopefully there are booklets available. The main document in the booklet that I'm talking about is the
Yeah.
terms of reference.
Yeah, I got it here,
Yeah.
but she doesn't have it.
Okay, great.
She wants to follow.
Yep. Nope, hopefully that can be taken care of in a minute or two, but I certainly agree. Okay, so I was saying that, yeah, the quorum, we have been getting quorum on a consistent basis of late, so we've had some very productive meetings. And so that's a positive thing. So yeah, there's the terms of reference, which is the focus of the resolution, which I'll get into a little bit at the very end. I'm just going to take a few more minutes. I've acknowledged the people, the chiefs in particular, and the elders who work on the committee. As I mentioned, the committee in its early days was involved in a couple of investigations, which became the focus. Those are of work. Those are now terminated. They've ended. I mean, there's always a possibility of future ones, but hopefully not. The other main function of the original governance committee was policy work. So that there's always been some of that going on, but now with in the last few months, there's been a much more significant focus on policy work. So that's, as I mentioned, reviewing documents like the code of conduct for the executive and also the election procedures and those things to try to make the organization work better. So over the current focus of that policy work is the Executive Council Code of Conduct, so which hasn't been revised for quite some years. So in fact, the committee has a meeting, I think, in the next 10 days to focus on that code of conduct. So that's the policy work is being fully engaged, which I think is a good thing. The other thing that I want to mention as a priority for the work of the committee on a real-time basis is the the comprehensive review of NAN governance. So as you may recall, there was a resolution passed at the May Special Chiefs Assembly, 2519, I think, which in summary, it's a fairly lengthy resolution, but in summary terms, it calls for a comprehensive review of the NAN organization. And there are two main pillars. One is the corporate structure, to take a look at the corporate structure, how that could be improved, and then the other the more important pillar is the traditional governance aspect and of Nishnawbe Aski, and how the NAN should be governed on a traditional First Nation law basis. And of course, then there's the connections between those two. So in a nutshell, the comprehensive review that was called for, basically that it lays out those two topics for consideration based on, recent developments. So that the governance committee was assigned the task to, make that happen. And so the governance committee worked on developing a request for proposals document that would be faithful to the resolution, and it would seek proposals to do this work. So that was done, and it was issued, and it was, in my view, it was quite successful, because we got as a result of this request for proposals, the committee received 14 separate proposals from different organizations, mostly in Ontario, but from across the country. All have significant First Nation involvement and control, and so that feedback was very positive. So the committee within the last couple of weeks did an initial review of the 14 proposals, and there's obviously a narrowing process that occurs. And the committee is meeting again, I think it's just next week or within 10 days, to hopefully make a final recommendation to get that work underway. So that basically gives you a picture of the terms of reference and the work of the governance committee up to today. So maybe I'm glad to take any questions or comments, but subject to that, I think the next item of business would probably be the resolution to consider the terms of reference for the governance and finance committee, the blended committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Before we get to the resolution, any questions or discussion on this presentation yet? Chief Abbas.
Mike, thank you for a quick update. Because I'd like to acknowledge what the ceremony that happened this morning. Fort Serban, what Fort Serban did to show the world that we care. Ganun snabig. Oya gumagayawad inunuwag. Maski gawag. Oya bigo. We're a welcoming nation. Eh? May bugay siya ang kinansinagahan. O sagya gida gawag. Kapwawa maing gida. Kaptatag snot ka. Kuyak kawih puit stoat kegonan. Oyag. Kagi kuyak kawih siyo at kanag. Kaken mangida. Kaptag snot ka kayawat. Kuya start kegonan. Kenda ko sa kanag. Ako singo tagyag bakang yung gato tumahat kanag. Kenda namin Kamatyan namin kamatsiko man ako iskam kamat simunat simunya. Uwe kagituot mo at sa Port 7. May question dinag. May question dinag. Usaki o no. Kagi nakutuat. Kagi nakutuat mazoe haking. Ay ziyang kumagans new yank. May question. We know we're going to tap the margin and a cune to the non nods to go McCord none. If I can, I got my cune, I give duxing. I win a non doing duck, I win a dog duck, a bounce set. But I say, you want to what happened to go in there? Okay, go and go Gayag kanan tenda kinagakin na maging gagawin. Migas na kinagakit much. And the ceremony that was done, migas the elder and the woman, ladies, migas, thank you for the ceremony. About this, terms of reference on a non-governance structure. There's 14 applicants. Giyawag. Gagawin sigatek yun ang Q&A aguma. Sanagat sigatek yun Nishnawbe Aski. Kind of take me got guys can over sigatek. Agmina sa pagkasenta mo dyan sinok. Na jensnaw and sinabe take pumujigan ke tatakusing dokan kagis Antoine de Mart hag waskat chihag and sne omasko is you in him at takorning ke one guy into the Mart o dogma against sin might takusining dokan. Me and Anagas again, yeah, and there's 14 bits proposals. And, my question is, in terms of these proposals that were submitted, has the selection been done? Has the selection been done? And then what are the next steps after the selection?
Yeah, the final selection has not been done. The committee, because of the amount of material, it was like about a foot high. The committee needed some time to go through them, which they did. We had one meeting about 10 days ago, a week, where the committee, we had an initial discussion around it, and there was some narrowing. I have to be careful with the specifics because of the whole area of bidding and contract law. It's a pretty sketchy area. But there was a narrowing process to 3 or 4 ones that seemed to be the better ones. And so we have a meeting set up in about, I think it's next week, next Friday perhaps, to basically make a final recommendation. I believe the process would be that would have to be approved in final form by the Executive Council. So it's about a week within a couple of weeks, there should be, if all things go well, there should be a final person, entity chosen.
You talk about governance and finance. What do you mean by are you separating that, or are you putting it together?
Putting it together. The finance committee, I'm not an expert on the finance committee, but I know that it was approved by the Chiefs Assembly a long time ago. It's been an operating committee. My understanding is that it doesn't meet too often, but it deals with the audit process, finance policy issues. And it turns out that I think they were having trouble with quorum and meeting, and it turns out that the members were actually very similar to the governance committee, so that we thought that the thinking was that it made a lot of sense to blend them for purposes of saving money, efficiency, and getting quorum. So that's part of the terms of reference and what's in the resolution. That explains why Chief Corriston is now participating in the Governance Finance Committee, because he was on he was the one person who was not on the Governance Committee, so he's now joined. And
Yeah, good morning all. It's Chief Gagnon, Ireland First Nation. So I acknowledge the ceremony that happened in the drums this morning and Elders Prayer. So looking at the terms of reference, I got asked this question of, of the grievance, the governance committee, the use of traditional ways of resolving conflict. I don't see that. And are we going straight to the colonial system of dealing with issues, resolving conflict?
No, no, I can look up the references, but there's a strong preference or a principle or protocol to use traditional decision-making methods and the colonial methods or, the formal investigations and all of that would be the last resort. I mean, that's clearly the philosophy of the committee. Well, last resort, that's one way of putting it, yeah.
Yeah, I just got an issue with we're all First Nations. We all have ways of resolving issues, conflicts, and we should be adopting how we resolve issues in our own ways of doing business. That's all I'm getting at. Is that I think when we adopt foreign rules, it doesn't make us who we are. That's the point I'm getting at.
Yes, Chief Gagnon, I have some information and Mike is not aware of. The Governance Committee is going to look at the Executive Code of Conduct, which is part of the responsibilities. They do look at the policies, Executive Code of Conduct. So our Elders Council has been meeting a couple of times to go through that. And that's the purpose of that meeting, is to make sure we do have some traditional aspect to our code of conduct and to our policies.
No, I just don't like the word some traditional. We are all traditional.
Yeah.
And it shouldn't be just some. It should be something that how we resolve issues, within families, within communities, tribal councils, and so forth. That should be something that we have to learn how to do when we want to govern ourselves.
I understood, and that's the reason why the Elders Council is getting together to look at that, and then they're going to be making recommendations to the Governance Committee.
Miigwech.
Maybe I can, Chief Warchiwabas, maybe I can interject on this discussion. My thinking is, okay, let's look at the corporate structure, okay? This is what the corporate structure is. And this is our traditional way of doing things. There would be a parallel, two columns, parallel of how we deal with these things versus the corporate way. Okay, these are the findings and these are the feedback that we're getting from the communities and the chiefs regarding this topic or regarding this policy. That's the way I would like to look at it, is to kind of analyze the current corporate articles, bylaws, and everything that we're following, and also these are the ways of our nations have dealt with these policies in the past, that kind of thing, and then the next thing we need to do then is, are we going to keep them separate, or are we going to bind them together? So if we keep them separate, then there would be a corporate entity, and there would be a Nishnawbe Aski. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yes, exactly. I understand Elder Wally McKay wants to say something.
Yeah, I'll get Elder Wally to come up. So Elder Wally McKay is part of the committee. We have two elders on the committee, so he's responding as a member of the committee. But before we go to Wally, this is a perfect example of the struggle that you're talking about, Chief Gagnon. So as co-chairs, we have to be experts in Robert's Rules of Order. And I've become an expert in Robert's Rules of Order, and I've said this before. I hate that fact that I've become an expert in Robert's Rules of Order, because that's not our way. That's not our way as a Chinook and Chinabik, Mashkigo. It's not our way, but unfortunately, that's how we conduct our meetings. So, for example, if a member of the Youth Council or the Women's Council or the Elders Council wants to speak, they can't speak until, because I have to follow the rules, until a chief asks that they be recognized. So as I'm just throwing this out there because it's a dilemma that I have when an elder like Wally wants to speak. The process has to be, no, you can't speak until a chief asks you, because that's part of the rules. But I think what you're talking about is, let's get rid of that system. Let's get rid of Robert's Rules of Order. We have our own system. And I think that's part of the work that the committee would be looking at. But anyway, Wally's going to speak as a member of the committee.
Thank you very much. When I used to chair the meetings, I often wondered and asked, where did Robert come from to rule how we conduct our meetings? I just want to briefly say that as a member of the governance committee, you will see in the code of conduct, it has the 7 grandfather teachings in it to begin that process. And it kicks into the corporate process. So basically what it does is that it does away with the grandfather teachings. And all of a sudden it's into the corporate sector. We must remember that NAN, Nishnawbe Aski Nation, was incorporated under a Companies Act before. It was removed from there, and now we have NAN Secretariat Incorporation. And that's where the corporate rules should be. What we have seen, and the elders have met to look at, you have to look at, there is the colonial system of corporations over here. And here you have non-executive that is elected by the chiefs under their sovereign function. And therefore you have the sovereign pathway there. And that is what the elders are going to look at to formulate how do you deal with, say, the executive council members if there's any violation of the code of conduct. You do it over here. Over here, under the corporation and corporate laws, you do it with the staff. We have to keep the two separate together, keep the two separate apart. And that is what we're doing. And we talked about that there needs to be some research done how others are doing it. And questions raised, what is the law? What is our Indigenous law dealing with the code of conduct? And what does the oath of office say? And does it have specifics of consequences if the elected officials violate the code of conduct? And also, do we need a tribunal to address those? Or do we need a circle to address those things under the Indigenous sovereignty pathway? So those are the things that we'll be working on to trying to keep them separate. And the elders are dealing with that particular part. And we will have another meeting tomorrow to continue the discussions. It's not going to be 1 or 2 meetings that's going to come up with. It's going to take some time to do it right. Thank you very much.
Miigwech, Wally, and the committee. Any more questions for the committee or Mike Sherry before we go to the resolution? Yeah, Chief Loon.
So Chief Loon, just a quick question. Just timeline wise, what do you think timelines will be to trying to figure all this out? I'd imagine there's a lot of meetings coming forward. Because when we talk about this process between traditional versus corporate, it gets pretty complicated pretty quick because we seem to make it complicated at times. So I guess really my question is, what's the timelines if you were to kind of guess?
Okay, sure.
Yes, Chief, the timeline that was identified in the RFP is the governance committee would select one, and they may interview some before they make that final selection, just to make sure they have the right aspects going forward. And then there's 4 months for them to provide an interim report and 2 months to do a final report after that. So about 6 months after it's selected. So the goal, I think, of the committee is to try and have a final report presented at Keewaywin next August.
Chief Allen?
I was just gonna also add that there's also the process that Wally the elder described, which is the governance committee working with the elders and having those discussions. Currently, it's focused on executive council code of conduct, which is the one that raises the issues that were raised earlier about corporate versus traditional procedure. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm just wondering why we're discussing this today when it's still an incomplete document and
Well,
once it's complete and then that should be given to the chiefs to decide after and see if that fits our bill or right now it's could be scrapped next week or 2 weeks or next meeting. So why don't we just give them the authority to finish the process first and then bring it back to the chiefs?
good point. The reason why that was discussed today, just to give you an update on what the committee's doing and the state of that implementation of that resolution from back of May. But the particular reason why this topic is up today is just because the committee has been in operation pursuant to the Chiefs and Assembly resolution, and there's been a terms of reference developed that blends the finance and governance, and that's all been approved by the executive, but we want to make sure that that's also approved by the Chiefs and Assembly. So the main purpose today from a business point of view is to have it to deal with the resolution that approves the terms of reference for the committee, not the study, for the committee, and that approves the blending of finance and governance. Thank you.
Anything else? Otherwise, we can get to the resolution. Okay. So I don't have a hard copy of the resolution, but I believe it is in your packages. So if I can have the resolution up on the screen. I'll need the resolution number and the title. So it's Resolution 2548. It's titled Terms of Reference for Renamed Non-Governance and Finance Committee. And can you scroll down? I just want to confirm that we have a mover and a seconder. We don't have a mover and a seconder. So I will read the resolution and then I'm going to ask for a mover and seconder. So it reads, therefore be it resolved that Nan Chiefs and Assembly approve the termination of the current Finance Committee and the blending of that committee's responsibilities into the Governance Committee to be renamed the Nan Governance and Finance Committee. Further be it resolved that Chiefs and Assembly approve the presented terms of reference for the Nan Governance and Finance Committee. And that's it for the resolution. Very straightforward. So I'm going to ask for a mover and a seconder. Can I have a mover? So Barney coming up with his cane. I thought he was going to yank me off the podium here. Which is, I was telling Connie, I was raised by my grandmother, so I grew up with my grandmother, and we were talking about diabetes and amputations yesterday. My grandmother had her leg amputated, and so she had a wheelchair. So I was telling Connie, as a kid, I used to ride her wheelchair all the time. I became an expert. I used to do wheelies with the wheelchair. Pabamian as a kid. But my grandmother was still a powerhouse. No matter how far I'd go in her wheelchair, Gabin de Baganamak, she still had a cane. Anyway, cuando imaginano da, because I'm looking for a mover here. I just saw Barney coming up with his cane, so that reminded me. Anyway, we have the resolution. Chief Loon, comment?
Yeah, I have a question. So if we're considering the elders committee in this, as part of the traditional law aspect of group, wouldn't they be included in this resolution as well? I'm just throwing it out there because if we're going to consider not only doing the corporate process, but also the traditional way of doing things. Why wouldn't we want to include this in some kind of resolution form or some kind of acknowledgement, if you will?
Okay, well, the original resolutions from 2023 that approved the governance committee to get operating, which it has been operating, there's a specific requirement for elders' involvement. So we've had Elder Wally McKay and also Teresa Fiddler involved from the very start through all the meetings. So that's provided for in the original resolutions from the chiefs, and it's also repeated in the terms of reference. I think what was being talked about earlier is a bit of a separate but related process that Gary mentioned, and also the elder, that there's a discussion going on with the elders committee, the elders council or elders committee, that there's discussions going on with them about, in particular, the executive code of conduct. So I don't think there's any need that's a process that's going on right now to make sure that the traditions and First Nation laws are brought into the executive council code of conduct in particular, but that's going on, but I don't think it's really necessary to bring that into the terms of reference, because we already have the involvement of the elders through the original resolutions in 23 and also the terms of reference.
Can I elaborate, Gary, or? Good? Yeah. Okay, so the resolution, again, I'm looking at the resolution. It's all the discussion that needs to take place is very important discussion, but the resolution actually doesn't refer to any of that. I think that's what Chief Loon is pointing out, the role of the elders as part of the governance review. There's no indication of that in the resolution. So the resolution, very straightforward. It mandates two things: that the current finance committee be terminated, and that the finance committee and the governance committee be merged together as one. And secondly, that the chiefs, yourselves, you approve the terms of reference for the NAN governance and the finance committee. So this resolution is very straightforward and unfortunately simplified, but we're talking about the big picture, which I think is going to be part of the work that the review will be conducting over the next 6 months. I hope that, yeah, Chief Loon.
Again, that's exactly why I said we make things too complicated. Sometimes let's get straight to the point. I mean, if we're going to dissolve one committee and create a new committee, and this is what this is about, then I'll definitely move this resolution just to get on to the next order of business.
Good. So we have a mover, seconder. Is there a seconder? Chief Taylor, thank you. So we have Chief Merle Loon, Mashkiwagamang moves, Chief Sherry Taylor seconds the resolution. Any more comments, questions, discussion on this resolution before you? Question's been called. Thank you for the advisement. I don't see anything, nothing online either. So I'm going to call for question. Any opposition? 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 None? Abstentions? One abstention. Would you like it noted? Okay. Did you get that? Opposition, Chief Russell Wesley, Cat Lake. Any other opposition? Sorry, that was an abstention, correct? Yeah. Any other abstention? Okay, Miigwech, with that, I'm going to call for a vote. All in favor? If you can raise your hand, please. All in favor? Miigwech, so resolution is carried. Thank you. What time is it now? Just looking at the agenda. We called for a break. Yeah, we'll take a 15-minute break. We'll come back. Well, we'll take a 12-minute break. 11:45. We'll come back. 11:45. It's 10:45. 10:45. Good.
the passing of one of Nishnawbe Aski Nation's educators. I think it's appropriate since our next agenda item is education. This individual really was in the field of education for many years. I'm talking about Murray Wabus. Murray Wabus just recently passed away just last week. And it was a really tragic loss to our education community. As many of you know, Murray used to work at Northern Nishnawbe Education Council. He worked at Matawa Education. He did a lot of individual consulting work with various individual First Nations on developing many of their education plans. A lot of the work and a lot of the innovations that we've discussed around this table wouldn't have happened without Murray Wabus. And personally, Murray was a good friend of mine, and he was an advisor, and he was always there looking out for the best interests of our children, trying to change an education system, as you know, that had a lot of challenges. He brought a lot of experience, and I know many people called him a counselor, an educator, a friend, and I want to say that for his family, his son and his daughter, we are thinking of them during this very trying time. But I'd just like to address you chiefs that I'd like to honor Murray Wabus as he was one of our warriors in education, and he'll be very missed. And I'd like to excuse myself. I'll be heading to the funeral. I'll be back after lunch for that. I just want to acknowledge Murray Wabus and all the work that he's done. So I was just wondering if we could do like a moment of silence in honor of Murray Wabus. So if we could all stand and take a moment. Miigwech.
Thank you for the words, Grand Deputy Chief Bobby. We asking Anna Betty to come up to the front. She here? Yeah, she's right there.
Wache, good morning, everyone. First of all, I want to acknowledge the sacred items that are in the room with us, and the drum, our elders, our youth council, and our women council, and each of you as leadership of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. On behalf of the education department at Nishnawbe Aski Nation, we also want to extend our condolences to Murray's family and all those that knew him. So There are two items within this particular education presentation that we are going to be doing. The first one is going to be focused on the education jurisdiction. And then the second part, we're going to be speaking about the upcoming reduction on funding. In your packages, you would have received some briefing notes, and then there's also a new briefing note that has been distributed to you all on the reduction of funding. You have to excuse me if my voice goes. It's because I'm dealing with a pretty severe cold right now. So I'm just going to do some introductory remarks on the education jurisdiction work that has been undertaken by Nishnawbe Aski Nation. You know, this work has been ongoing for many years, and there's been many individuals that have been part of this, including you all as leadership. With the uncertainty of education funding from Canada, it is even more apparent that the prospect of education jurisdiction of Nishnawbe Aski Nation communities is long overdue. You know, the best way that I understand this is that, you know, our First Nations are making movement and progress on asserting their rights and responsibility and jurisdiction over other, you know, whether it's the child welfare or health. Well, this process is, the education process is, jurisdiction is relating to the education. So First Nation School has spent many years being underfunded through the ban operated funding formula, stuck at the same insufficient rates and capped at 2% annual increase. The ban operated funding formula was implemented in 1988, and the 2% annual cap was implemented in 1997 to 98. That's over 30 years of underfunded throughout the ban operated funding formula. And 20 years under the 2% of the increase cap. In April of 2019, First Nation schools began to be funded through a new education transformation formula. The change to education transformation added more funding for schools as the funding approach looked to a more provincial comparable approach by using the provincial or territorial education funding calculated as the base for determination of the First Nation funding calculation. The current atmosphere within the government does not give us a great outlook at this time for increased investments into education. And that is one of the priorities, like with the non-executive and the education department and our partners too, our First Nation partners. And it seems that, you know, as we, like from where we sit right now, there are further funding cuts that are going to be announced. Education jurisdiction, if it is successfully ratified within NAN, it will be sent to royal assent and it will become law. And the education funding that was negotiated through your fiscal agreement will be set. This is what we are working towards. And this is part of our work plan. And we'll go more into detail on that. The government will not be able to make any unilateral change to the funding arrangements if we ratify the education jurisdiction process. So at this time, I'm going to be asking Sherry Britton, who is our Director of Education, to come and explain more in terms of the education jurisdiction.
Sorry, I'm losing my place right now.
Good morning, Chiefs. Sorry, that's okay. I'd like to acknowledge the drum and the prayer this morning. And I'd like to just quickly say that I am very honored to be able to present to you this morning. The presentation that I'm going to give was heard recently in Winneman, so it's going to be a duplicate for you, but hopefully that we can help the other chiefs to understand where we're going with education jurisdiction right now. Okay. So looking at where we started from, and Deputy was talking about that, the band operated funding formula. It ran from the 1980s right through until April 2019, when the education transformation started. And as she noted, underfunded for almost 30 years. We were seriously underfunded. And within that band operated funding formula, you had to do a lot of proposal applications for additional amounts of funding, which caused a lot of work. And with limited personnel to do this work, with limited people that are able to work on the proposals for the education funding, that would max out the human resources. And it also caused inequities between First Nations, because where one First Nation might have people that were just a whiz at doing proposals, another First Nation might not, which meant that that one First Nation would be getting more funding than another one, not for any reason other than, sorry. Not for any reason other than they happen to have that person in their community who is able to do that that proposal in better or in a way that the government was looking for. So where we are right now is the interim funding formula. And with that formula, we went to a provincial comparability system, which means they match, depending on where the First Nation is, whatever the territorial or provincial public education formula is, and then you have to add enhancements. Now, this comes out of a joint co-developed policy proposal that was, the paper was released in 17 between AFN and ISK. And it called for this provincial comparability plus enhancements, which was meant to say that provincial comparability is never comparable, right? There are going to be costs that are not included in the provincial formula that need to be addressed for the First Nations. And there have been a few enhancements that have been added. The most important one within NAN right now is the funding for students over 21 that are attending a high school, trying to get their high school diplomas. We had that funding for a long time, and then suddenly at the beginning of the education transformation, they cut it off, which meant that adult students were suddenly only getting, I think it was like around $3,000 per student, whereas the other students were getting the full funding. And we fought, and it was finally added to the formula. Now that's set to end after next year. So that enhancement is very, very important. With the number within NAN territory, we hold the highest number of adult students in all of Canada. So it really is important for us and in particularly for some of the schools that have a high number of adult students. So with the new process that was put in place with this co-developed formula, there was more money. Schools were getting more money, and there were less proposals, so less inequity, because proposals were taken away. Most of it was put into core. There were still a couple of proposals, but it wasn't nearly as labor intensive as it had been before. Now, the downside is this new approach was kind of thrown on the communities, and all of a sudden they've got this funding, and they're used to having to be, the funding was very prescriptive. Use this for this, for this, for this. And now they've got this funding and the government is saying, just use it. So this made it really difficult for the education departments to really use that funding. They weren't sure before, they had to report. So what are we doing? So it still is confusing. I think everybody is kind of getting more comfortable with it now, but it's taken a while. Because I'm sure you know it's really hard to get clear information when you're talking to the government. There's always a lot of cloaked information that's in there as well. Now, another downside is it's still government-led. Although it was supposed to be a co-developed process, what we're finding more and more is they're doing things unilaterally. And a good example is recently with the reductions that they did in the education funding. I think that probably all of us across Canada thought that this new funding approach was going to be a regular thing, that it was going to stay and that there would not be reductions. This was a new co-developed approach, but they said to us in September, at the end of September, that it was costing them more than they had forecast, which anyways, so they took away funding protection and they took away $500 per student ancillary amount that had been given. Now that was going to every student that was attending a First Nation school, which means that just that one thing alone severely impacted the Nan territory. In fact, the overall funding for this year for the interim funding formula is higher than last year's. So most people are going to see an increase. But because of the funding protection and the ancillary fees removed from the calculation, there are institutions, organizations that will see less. And within Ontario, Nan territory sees half of those reductions occur in the Nan territory. With the interim funding formula, we're still under the Indian Act, and there still is, like we said, they're still missing funding. We're still looking for funding for other things, and now we're at risk of losing what we have. REAs, the Regional Education Agreements, were also introduced by the government. Now, the Regional Education Agreements actually came out of the same policy proposal paper that was co-developed between ISC and AFN. And what the paper says is that we're going to do this interim funding formula, and we're going to keep that in place for as long as it takes for First Nation communities or whatever group they want to make to do a regional education agreement. This is kind of instead of jurisdiction. So they said, we're going to give 3 years. That should let everybody have it done. And we're going to have funding protection to keep this in place to make sure that everybody has time to do this. Well, it didn't get done in 3 years. And in fact, we have not seen funding for a while. What we were told by HQ at a meeting, I think that was around September too, that they have not been successful in securing additional investments for the regional education agreements for some time. So they advised caution in starting up any kind of new RIA process. And it's unknown. We don't know what the future is of the RIA. On the 25-26 ISC department plan, it identified the REA as a risk. So I'm not sure what that means, but we'll see what happens. They've done the call out for other proposals that are kind of packaged within the RIA thing, but they haven't for the actual regional education agreement yet. They said the call will come later. So I'm wondering if it will or not, but we don't know. Again, it's a government policy. They can take it away whenever they want. The REA, which they may do. It's not a secure funding. So it's at this point kind of a scary thing to do. Within education jurisdiction, we've been working on this. NAN has been working on this for 30 years or so. We've got about 20 chiefs resolutions in place that support this, from chiefs across the NAN territory and communities across the NAN territory, and it's been a long road. There is a framework that was put in place. I believe that framework was accepted by the chiefs in assembly in 2017. And now over the last few years, we have a draft education agreement. Now, I know that a lot of chiefs say, what's been going on and why has it taken so long? We couldn't even start negotiating until we had a signed AIP, agreement in principle. They had an agreement in principle in the late 2000s, and it had been agreed upon by NAN, I guess initialed by both parties. And NAN had said, the chief said to sign off, but for whatever reason, Canada wouldn't sign off. So then more work went back into it. But finally in 2018, the agreement in principle was signed, and then the negotiation work was able to begin. And it's been actually moving very quickly since then, and we have been able to get a substantively complete education agreement, which is the main agreement, and we're currently working on the fiscal agreement. Once we get that fiscal agreement in place, we can bring this to the communities for ratification, and if it is agreed to, it'll go to implementation, and then, as Deputy Grand Chief said, it'll go to royal proclamation. It becomes law. And then we're free from these sudden funding cuts, because although you can undo it, the government could undo it. It would take a lot more than just a unilateral decision like that to change it. And I think that it would take an awful lot for something like that to happen. So it's a more secure funding. So right now we are in the stage of doing community engagement, and that is the most important thing that we need to do right now, because I know it's been very silent. I know that you guys have been wondering what education jurisdiction has been doing. You have no idea what's going on. So we have this draft agreement. Where is it, and why don't I know about it? We need to start talking, and we need to start sharing, and that's what we really want to do. So by talking, we need to find out, what does each community want in their own education system? Because you get to define what you want in your own education system. Do you want academics or land-based, or how much money are you going to need? And how do you want it to flow? By looking at that amount of funding, it'll be more. We have to make sure that you're not getting less than you are now, because then it's not worth it, right? So we want to make sure that all that happens and brings you to a better place than where we are at this time. And that's what our whole goal is. So in looking at that, we need to look at things like special education, which is something that has been so absolutely underfunded for forever. And we need to be able to access the services for those special education needs. So there's all kinds of things that we need. We need to have safe spaces. We need to have more teacher assistants. We need to have the technology. What does your community want? What does your community need? A lot more land-based programming, but that's expensive. So how do you want it, and how do you want it to be planned? Because then that information has to be shared with our fiscal analysts, so they can put that together into a plan that will be negotiated to the government. This is how much money we need to be able to carry that off, to be able to get you guys the system you want. So yes, right now, to move forward, we need the support of the chiefs. We need you guys to be able to work with us, to invite us, to sign the data sharing agreements, and help us to get that information. Now, just quickly, and I think it's on the next page. So community engagement, and all that, so that we can figure out how much money you need and what exactly you want. Those data sharing agreements are not as scary as they might seem, because I know giving away data sounds ominous, and I agree, I don't like to do that either. But what we are looking for, it's for 10 years of nominal roll. So that's 10 years worth of your school attendance. We're looking for 10 years worth of your community population statistics, so that they can use that to forecast trends. And 5 years of the funding that you have received only for education programs and services over the last 5 years, so that we can see what have you got and what do we need to build on. Again, that's all we want. It's not going to be shared within NAN. It's not going to be shared with anybody. It remains yours. It remains completely confidential. The only people that will be working with it are the fiscal analysts, so that they can use it to work up, again, that financial amount that is going to be needed for your communities and education systems. What the hope of all this work is with the funding that you have now, we can do all of this work, create our new fiscal analysis agreement, and get the funding you need, because we know that education, it's been underfunded forever. And the government is going to say, we're giving you more, we're giving you more, we're giving billions, and we're doing this. But what had bothered me when the government said that we weren't expecting it to be that much, and it made me shake my head, because I thought after 30 years of underfunding and a 2% increase cap, how can you not? When you look at what the provincial schools are getting, how can you not expect that? How can you not forecast that? And every year, the provincial system is adding on for this, and it's adding on for that. So moving away from the provincial comparability is I think the better way to go, in my opinion, but of course it's up to the chiefs. So with our consultation, this is what we need to know. Aside from the financial, what we really, really need to know, what do you want? What do you see your education system looking like? What do you need? Do you want to have language immersion, or do you want to have just language programming? Do you need special education? Do you need to focus on that? Do you need elder programs, land-based programs, teacher assistance, mental health services? Right now, just to be clear, we've been told by Canada that they will not provide mental health funding in education. It's just a very small amount, because it's going to the community health, I believe, and they said get it from there. But of course, we know that we need it in the schools as well. Do you want more funding for sports? A big one is going to be boarding homes, because honestly, a lot of our communities don't have a high school. So our students are coming off and they have to come here. And now we have a boarding home system that we need to fund to properly support them and take care of them while they're here, so that it's safe, so that the families aren't worried about them. The families aren't scared. Parents aren't scared to send them to Thunder Bay or to Sioux Lookout. So there's all these things that we need to learn, that we need to find out, so that we can put together the funding amount that you guys want for the education system that you need. So the last timeline that we shared, it was our hope that we would be in implementation by about 2029, and we're not going to be there at this point. But I'm hoping that it's only about a year off. I'm hoping that with chief support, if we get enough data sharing agreements, enough support for community engagement, that we can be at that point by 2030. But we need to really move, and we need to concentrate on the engagement in order to make that happen. Otherwise, it's going to be just sitting and waiting still. Yeah, I think I'll let it go at that. So the education agreements are, we have blank ones in the hall if you want to sign. We have plain language education agreement books. You might find these interesting to read. And then if you want to have the full actual legalese one, absolutely, you can have that one too. We thought communities, you could share this with all of your community members in case they don't want to read the legalese, but this gives you an idea of what's there. And then absolutely we'll share the full legal agreement with you for your feedback and comments and thoughts. Miigwech.
Thank you, Sherry. So the main objective, for us to ensure that the education jurisdiction process is successful is to have your input with your communities. And there has been some community engagement sessions happening already. That is, we will continue to do that. And we will, and we hope that you will, contribute to this by signing those letters that we need in order to be able to access the data that we so need in order to put together, as much of a comprehensive factual document as we move forward with asserting education jurisdiction. Because right now the government is pretty well just giving us the bare minimum. Because, it is one of our treaty rights is to have that education. But it seems that there's still that violation where they're not, it is still underfunded. There was letters that were sent to each and every one of you. If you would like, we could again share that document with you again. Those letters that were sent October 2024. And the other thing I wanted to share with you is that we're following this one Canadian human rights case, which some of you are familiar with, and that is there's been a Canadian human rights complaint filed by the Mississauga of Accredit, which addresses the underfunding within the education sector. So we'll continue to follow that, and if there is a need for us to be more involved, we will certainly. I think that's something that we need to perhaps undertake. I'm going to ask Matthew Angies, who's part of our education committee, to speak a bit more in detail in terms of the education reduction of education funding. And we also have a resolution that we are bringing forward and looking for your support so that we can address that, which is something that, as Sherry mentioned, it was in September where they announced that they're now have, taken away the education transformation formula and gone back to using another formula which has reduced education funding. So, Matthew.
Miigwech g'tanoggna makanak kabijahtamage gugchihak. First, I wanted to wanted to extend my condolences to Wabu's family. I worked with Murray for a long time. And I know that I was kind of shocked to hear. I didn't know that he passed away a couple of days ago. But I just wanted to acknowledge and mention him that he has done a lot in education. I know that he has served us at NNEC, also within as a consultant. So I think he's well known by the community. Just wanted to kind of acknowledge him. He niyan mo dangin na sherigan mo dang as a wiskat kadon jib man khadamin huwa knomag gajgadik. Ego kakkinag damin. Ega step se chunya. Awash me bugani sick and nekachindo. Ego ashak. Kenta nawag yun sherigan mo dang a bath a ban operating formula with that 2% cap. I always wonder, all those 40 years of that 2% cap, where did all that money go? It should have been spent somewhere, I don't know where, but now today we're facing the same scenario. We're facing some kind that will be causing a lot of problems within our education system. Within the information that I've saw, the government is planning to reduce $2.3 billion within 3 years by spring of 2030. We don't know exactly where the cuts will be. We don't. We kept asking. They don't respond. I don't even know either. Most of the decisions have been made at the higher level, at the government level, without consulting you as leaders, without providing information to the parents. We can only assume and try to be proactive in terms of where the cuts will be. But right now, we don't know. All we know is that there will be cutbacks within 3 years. They're reducing 5% this year, and next year 5%, and the year after that 5%. So it's very urgent that we don't remain silent. We have to do something. We have to. We just can't accept what the government is doing. I recall back in the 80s, my friend and I, Doug Birdie, we were frustrated with the insufficient funds at that time. And we decided to do a hunger strike at that time. And we pitched up our tent outside of INAC's office at Fort William Reserve. And we didn't eat for 8 days. On the 8th day, the chief approached us for us to stop. But luckily, the day before, the bureaucrats came to see us. And they promised that, they said that they were working on our education system to try to modernize it. That's what the word that they use, modernize it. I don't know what that means. But we did, it took 8 years before we actually saw the increase, which is what you have right now. I know that a lot of communities receive a lot of money, but keep in mind, all of that money is geared towards the salary for our teachers. The government expects our communities to use that money to boost up our salary grids, and I believe all of us are doing that right now. But now the government wants to go back. They want to continue to take money from you. I'm hoping, we kept asking that not to touch the core funds. there are core funds that should remain as it is, or even increase, as we do have a lot of issues. I just wanted to mention what Shay is talking about, jurisdiction. I don't know what's going to take for us to open our eyes, because we need to do something to make our education success. We can't continue to work in silos. That's what we're doing right now. We're working in silos. All of us are doing our own thing. Some of us are doing really well, some of us are not. But the jurisdiction, that jurisdiction that we've been working for so long, to me is part of the answer, but there'll be issues. We need to come together as one. And I believe if all of us decide to go and proceed with the plan based on what we want to do, what you want to do, and how you want to educate your child, we can do it. But a lot of times, and I've seen this many times, when money starts to roll in, people begin to change. Okay, I rather want to go on my own. And that's what happened with Kawachi and Education Resource Center. I was involved in that. Our former leaders, the elders, they had a vision. They had a vision. They saw a picture that coming together as one, that we can make successes, that we can succeed in what we want to do. Right now, as you know, mental health is increasing. Our schools are not funded for that, and they will continue to struggle. But I'm kind of promoting the jurisdiction. I know a lot of people have questions surrounding the fiscal agreement, but if we can compromise and agree to how the money should flow, I believe we can make it happen. Right now, we're just missing opportunities in how we can strengthen our education and strengthen our programs for the benefit of our children and grandchildren. I ask that you take time to seriously think about moving forward with this education jurisdiction process. I believe whatever you do can be accommodated through this process. I know we're talking about third level, talking about second level, and first level, but all of us have a role to play, and how we agree to work together can change into a positive thing for our children. I just wanted to kind of encourage the leaders that are here. It's time that we get serious about education. We're continuing to do damage to our students. But I'm not saying that education jurisdiction is an answer to everything. I'm not. I'm just saying that we have that opportunity and we're just lagging along, whereby the government is willing to work with us to come up with the best agreement. Going back to the cutbacks, I'm here to extend the greetings from Non-Education Committee. You have very knowledgeable people on that committee. I was asked to talk to you to seek a resolution, a strong resolution, to try to find ways of how to convince the government not to cut funds. I believe the resolution is is in your binder. The resolution is very lengthy, but if you read it, therefore, it's very clear in terms of what we need to tell the government. We have to find ways of how to get the government to listen, to stop what they're doing. And the only way that we can do that is to come together and find ways of how we can convince the government to think twice. So I encourage you to support the resolution that's in your binder. Thank you.
Mingwich, Matthew. I think each and every one of us here agree the value and importance of education, and that each of us has a responsibility to ensure that those investments are in place for what we need. Whether it's post-secondary, like we hear it often where many of our post-secondary applicants are not receiving are denied funding because we only have a small pot of money to fund and sponsor a certain number of students. Within our trades, that continues to be a challenge too. Like we need to have this as one of our negotiation when we're talking about resource extraction, like we need to ensure that we have like the funding for education and capacity building within those agreements. And also for our little children, our daycare centers and nursery schools, we need to ensure that those are funded adequately as well, and that there is infrastructure for that. And it was mentioned here about the other needs that we have. If it's special needs, land-based education, language immersion, which for most of us is not even part of any funding agreement. We need to ensure that we can access that and that it is part of any of our education funding that we receive as First Nation. Nishnawbe Aski Education Department will continue to work with your regional processes and also your First Nations. We do have a plan in terms of how we're going to lobby and advocate for this. We're not going to allow the government to deprive our children. And we will continue to communicate with you as NAN leadership and education directors and other stakeholders, that we ask that you that we continue to work together on this. It's our children and our adult learners are depending on us. So Mingwich, thank you. So that ends our, I don't know if there's any questions. Okay.
I'll be opening up for questions. Chief Wesley.
Schmiegwitz. I have a lot to say. I actually have a proposal to the leadership around the table for consideration. It just annoys me at the things that are going on with the treaties that the leaderships have signed with their partners, Canada and Ontario. And, you know, my community is part of that treaty process, but yet at the same time, we retain Aboriginal title by not having a treaty as well. But, you know, first of all, I want to acknowledge the resolution that that's being proposed, and that I find that acceptable. And, you know, that's just that's an ongoing process that we need to do to address the current issue around you know, the budget that was announced yesterday. So, but what I wanted to recommend to the leadership here is that you know, for the last 100 plus years, we've been dealing with treaty issues on at least 3 levels, to my knowledge. But one of the things that we've never done is actually pursue a joint development of enabling legislation with Canada to create a Canadian Treaty Implementation Tribunal. Adam, you might want to speak on this later on as you're a lawyer. Grounded in treaty, the honor of the Crown and UNDRIP. You know, treaties are not historical artifacts. They are ongoing commitments that require ongoing accountability. And you know, a tribunal of that sort has only been done once in this world, in New Zealand. And if you follow what's going on in New Zealand, you'll see how they were able to do that. So, you know, in order for us to create a treaty tribunal, we would require pressure, leverage, and legitimacy. I think we have all of that. You know, this thing that's going on with education here is a demonstration of that legitimacy that we need to address the treaty questions. So, you know, the 3 processes that I talk about is the Specific Claims Tribunal, 2008, Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, 1977, and the Nunavut Impact Review Board. But, you know, in relation to what I'm suggesting to the leadership, there's no constitutional barrier to creating a treaty implementation tribunal with binding powers. It fits under Canada's jurisdiction for Indians, lands reserved for Indians, Section 9124. Treaty is recognized under Section 35 of the Constitution Act 1982, as well as Canada's obligations under UNDRIP, Articles 27, 37, and 40. I think what we need to do is build a political cost and public legitimacy to achieve this. You need to create a strong record that treaty implementation failures cause measurable harm. You know, there's countless demonstrations of that over the last 100 years. But anyways, having said that, I think what I would like to propose is that in the upcoming AFN Winter Assembly that we propose a resolution, possibly as an organization, that we pursue this path. And that's what I wanted to mention here today, because I'm tired of this same old stuff that we're, you know, we heard Chief Sherry talking about the same thing, and many other chiefs that talk about it meeting after meeting. And I think that's the avenue that we have to address, you know, short of eliminating the treaties. And that's what I wanted to put on the floor today. Because
Good, Chief Wesley. I'll be moving to online for Chief Nagoji.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
What's you? First of all, I want to acknowledge the prayer and the drum. Well, when I see education, when I'm learning more and more, especially with the REA stuff, I haven't seen any discussion about post-secondary on these documents we came across. Is there any? And the other thing too is I want to question is I want to ask and just hear it out here. Are we going with Ontario or are we sticking with federal? That's the main question I'm concerned about.
Can the presenters respond, please?
Good morning, Chief Nakaji. I'm not sure if I understand your question. Do you mean through jurisdiction?
Yes.
Okay, so when if we are successful in getting jurisdiction, we would not be under either. It would be your own system, but we will be working with the province to make sure that students coming from community can transfer into public schools and back and forth, and that it can be done seamlessly. Eventually, what the goal is that you'll be able to, right now it's called a TWEB, the Territory-Wide Education Body, which is like the Ministry of Education is how it's going to act. And the communities that decide that they want to participate in jurisdiction will decide who is going to run that TWEB. You guys would be the ones picking that body. Where was I going with that? So with them, you'll be working together with Ontario to determine and eventually creating your own, instead of being an OSSD for high school, it'll be whatever your TWEB or whatever your third level, whatever you decide to call that third level, whatever you decide to call that new high school diploma, a NAN high school diploma, or whatever you want to call it. It's up to, this is your process. So it'll be up to you. So it won't be under the province, it won't be under the federal, but it will be working with the province so that you can go back and forth. As to your question about post-secondary, it isn't in the current education agreement, but it is in the end, as that's going to be the next step of our negotiations. So once we negotiate this, and what the expectation is that there would be a fiscal agreement that would provide funding for 5 years, and then we go back again, and in that next one, that's going to be in the next round. We are hoping to get infrastructure into this one, at least some level of infrastructure, because we know that Mi'kmaq and Anishinaabe Nation both have that in their fiscal agreements now to some degree. So there is a precedent. And so we are going to try to fight for that, to have some level of that, at least in our agreement. And I'm hoping that we can sort that out through community engagement to what level it's going to be required. But another thing that we want to look at in the coming negotiations, the next negotiation would be students off reserve. Because right now, funding is only for students that are living on reserve. And this is an issue because we need to take care of everybody. So we need to figure out a way that we're going to address that. Is that?
Yeah, I just don't want we sign something, then we come back with nothing for post-secondary, that's really important that we don't lose that. Make sure continue to support our people pursuing their education. And also I like the idea where to help off reserve members as well, because if any help they can get. For example, at times in our local First Nations, we don't have the proper classes for kids to go after to get into universities, or they don't provide them sometimes. Not saying not all, but some maybe. But that would be important as well, so they can take kids out again, trying to get their credits they need, so they don't have to start over again by the time they get to college and stuff. And sometimes that's what the barriers are, and that it almost puts them back because they don't have the proper credits to either enter universities to become doctors and nurses, the people that we need today. Yep.
Absolutely. We could look at creating bridging programs as part of your education systems. So that, the dream would be that when you have your own education system, that you can implement more than just a standard academic level, right? You can start doing your own thing, but maybe you might still need a bridging program to bridge into the public system, if that's what you guys want to do. Another point that I personally was thinking is within spec ed, we know that there's such a shortage of specialists. There's a shortage of the analysts that can do the psychoeducational reports of speech language, of all of that. So maybe this is something that the chiefs want to talk about, creating a NAN special education systems where you guys hire your own specialists that everybody can access, so that you don't have to wait for 2 years on a waiting list for something. But this is
Yes, I agree with that, because it's something we need in our First Nations. Sometimes kids need a teacher's assistant beside them in order to excel. I can say that from experience. So I just thought it would be experience with myself and also with my own family. So I thought I'll share that, and just to show you, because that's what I was taught growing up, is don't speak on things you haven't carried yet. So that's why I'm speaking to them, so that we make sure we get the proper help with families that need it. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. Miigwech, Honorable.
Miigwech.
Oh, yeah.
Chief Taylor.
Good morning. Wabshka Nimki Benesagun and Dishnakaz, Miangan Tondem. I just want to first recognize our elders that are here present this morning, and for the opening prayer, and for the drum, the sacred items in the room. Education under our treaty is an inherent and treaty-based right for us as First Nations people. And we have the right to control and direct our own education systems. And, it gets really tiring that we're always having to react after federal budgets are provided. We're dealing with a lot of, throughout our past, there has been a lot of injustices done to our people. You look at the residential school program they had running, you look at the Indian day schools and all that damage that has caused our communities. And still today, the government doesn't care. There is no honor in the crown. We have to do something about that. We shouldn't be allowing them to come in to do whatever agreements they think they can do and make on behalf of the resources that we have, until we have all of this in place. Education, is important. Our children are important to us. We all say that. But we really have to mean it. We have to fight the government. This is rightfully ours. They're not upholding.
their end to what our ancestors thought that they were going to do. Here we are again, dealing with cutbacks. I really like the idea that Chief Wesley has brought to the table. I think we seriously need to look at that. You know, we shouldn't be allowing them to come and cut us up. That's the way I feel. Until we have everything in place that our people are going to need today and into the future. You know, in Ginugamin, we don't have our own schools. Just because we live a couple of kilometers from a municipality doesn't mean that we don't deserve our own schools and our own right to control and direct our own education. But the government looks at it as if you can send your kids to the provincial school system. You don't need your own school. That's wrong. So, you know, that's where we need to come together. Because you know what? We have children that are not here yet, that are going to be dependent on what we do today. So I strongly feel that we have to do more. And maybe we should have that discussion on what we need to do to ensure that our rights, our children's rights, are going to be protected and are going to be there for them. To say thank you for listening to me, and I hope that we could come up with a plan, because at this point right now, the government is trying to rid our historic treaty. That's their plan. Miigwech.
Chief Obas?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Keep me in order. If I'm out of topic, let me know. Our current situation on education. No done. After my discussion, my comment, I would like to recognize one of the youth here. After, here's what I think. Here's what I think. We are operating under Indian Act, right? Okay, that's the law. And that's the law that we're operating under. And that's the law, that's where the money is coming from. Indian Act. And who dictates the amounts and formulas? It's the government of Canada, ISC. They set the formulas and they decide on funding and budgets. In terms of budgets, maybe I can just briefly highlight on the intent of this year's federal budget. Yes, they have decreased the funding to CERNAC to $11.5 billion from $15 billion years before that. So there are cutbacks. In terms of the reasons why, I have no idea. You know, their budget is focused on protecting Canada and creating Canadian economy. That's what they're focusing on their budget. They will only support projects and that generate the economy in Canada. And that's what they're doing. So we have, you know, the fight the fight ahead and trying to stop projects. It's going to be a struggle because they're putting money, financial resources to these priority projects. So anyway, we'll continue on what we're doing in terms of we want a fair deal on these projects, right? We want a fair arrangement. First Nations will also benefit on these projects. We have never had benefit like 50% of the total project. For example, if the mine is operating and generating revenues, revenues around 100 million a month or 300 million a month, and that profit goes to the company. It doesn't go to First Nations. How many mines are operating in Ontario or even in the NAN? They've been taking money for a century now without benefiting First Nations in some way or fashion or form. Yeah. So well, we need to do more. We need to do a lot of work in that front. Like, why are we just allowing companies to come in and take whatever they want? That's my question. And why haven't we tried to come up with a deal with these companies and reap some financial benefits when they are operating on our traditional lands? Yeah. So this next big one, Ring of Fire, will stand. I think we're going to stand our ground until we realize, there has to be some sort of a benefit to our First Nations, to the treaty land. Yeah. That's what's happening with that budget. Based on my sources of information, the budget is focused on protecting Canada and creating Canadian economy, meaning that if we're not supporting the policy, we're not going to be getting the dollars, increased dollars that we're trying to get. That's my thinking. That's the strategy of this colonial government. So if we try to negotiate for education dollars this year, what are the chances? I have no idea. Is there a way that we can convince the government to increase the money, to put in more to education dollars over health? That's not my side of the table. So anyway, in terms of this resolution is calling for ongoing support, continued support to advocate for our education, the conditions of our education, and the funding of our education. I support this resolution because I understand the legal framework is within the constitution of the colonial government, and also recognizing UNDRIP in Section 35. That's what this thing is saying. It's a rights-based funding for First Nation elementary and secondary education. Rights-based. Okay, what are we talking about here? Rights. There are these Supreme Court decisions that we could use as the basis of these rights, and also the recognition of Aboriginal and treaty rights under Section 35, and also UNDRIP. These are the rights-based, okay, rights-based to try to convince the government, you know, to maintain the education funding from previous years. No changes to this year. You know, that's what we're trying to do here. So we'll make the effort. We'll make the effort to try to convince the government based on rights of First Nations. You know, I support this resolution because we're going to be operating within the legal framework of Constitution and rights-based. So we'll use those. We'll use their laws against them to try to convince, to try to give us more, give us the education dollars and also the jurisdiction that we need. That's another thing I'm kind of when we assert our jurisdiction on a certain program. And when we're talking about the treaty, I was studying health. I was studying health, and here's what I find. You know, we can ask for funding. We can ask for funding for certain programs and services that we could manage and that we could decide based on that policy framework. And you take that decision making of that policy, which is good. Which is good. On top of that, you're getting funding. Years ago, people were talking about devolution. You know, you are relieving the Crown from their federal obligations to to continue financially support this program or the right that we have. We don't want to do that. We don't want to relieve the Crown's responsibility to their duty in a treaty is to support the patient or to support the student. Okay. So when we take control of certain things under that framework, it's almost like we're relieving the Crown from their obligations and duties. Okay, so we need to watch that. We need to be careful on that. Okay. So we need to be careful on that. When we sign something, it's almost like we're relieving the Crown's duty and responsibility to us. So, yeah, the treaty-based approach on education, I think that's okay with me. That's okay with me. But the point of the matter here is the student, all right? The student in the classroom, that student sitting there. Just imagine that student sitting there. What does that student need? Okay, just imagine he's sitting there. What does he need? He needs a teacher, right? He needs a really good teacher to guide him, to get educated by this good teacher. And that's what we should be focusing on, is a good teacher to help that student succeed in every grade level, okay? I go the same thing with the patient. The patient's lying there. Just imagine that patient is laying there. What does he need? Is a good doctor to help them. That good doctor, can we find that good doctor to help him? And that's my focus. That's where I'm coming from. I need a good insurance coverage, or I need something good so I can be treated wherever I am, not in this treaty land, maybe out there somewhere. Yeah, Dukan. Yeah, our focus should be the people, the student, the patient. What do they need? What do they need to succeed? What do they need to get well? All right, guys, thank you. I'd like to recognize Ramon.
Okay. Before we get to Ramon, I just want to remind you that we do have a resolution to get through before lunch, the youth one. So, yes, is that good? Oh, sorry.
Okay, before we go to our youth representative, I just wanted to acknowledge the comments and recommendations from the leadership here. And Chief Wabas, I think that the comments that you have made in terms of ensuring that there are provisions in terms of any resource extraction projects, I think for the most part, the leadership recognize that. And certainly I've heard your concern about ensuring that that any treaty obligation is not compromised in any agreements, that has been noted. And we will, so I just wanted to thank you for your comments, and now we will hear from our youth representative.
You good? Give me 1 sec.
Miigwech, thank you for recognizing me. More just a comment on, I know that it mentions treaty within this resolution, but it's still quite general. And when it comes to implementing and asserting treaty rights, I think the leadership has the right to know exactly how NAN is going to do that. So if they could expand on the, therefore be it resolved that the Nishnawbe Aski Nation Chiefs of Assembly confirm our inherent and treaty rights to education in conjunction with Canada's fiduciary duty to provide a quality education for NAN students. I think we need more context on how the treaty rights will be confirmed and if they will be asserted, and how NAN will go forward with that, whether that be with agreements with education authorities for co-jurisdiction, or that be suing for complete jurisdiction for NAN, as well as if there is that precedent that was mentioned before with Anishinaabe Nation with their $20 million annual agreement for having jurisdiction within their own First Nations on education, and if there's any similarities between how this resolution will move forward and that jurisdiction agreement with Anishinaabe Nation and Ontario, Canada. Yes.
Okay, which my Ramon will be going to the resolution. Is that this one?
Not sure. I think so. Is that this the one on the suite?
I don't know. Question.
We can't, we're not even on the resolution yet. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. This is resolution 2549, sustainable and rights-based funding for First Nation elementary and secondary education, 2025 to 26. Therefore, be it resolved that Nishnawbe Aski Nation Chiefs and Assembly confirm our inherent and treaty rights in education in conjunction with Canadians' fiduciary duty to provide a quality education for NAN students. Further be it resolved that Chiefs in Assembly call on Canada and Ontario to work with NAN First Nations to establish a fully funded process and plan that will close the educational achievement gap in no more than one generation. Further be it resolved that Chiefs in Assembly hereby declare that any reductions in First Nation elementary and secondary education funding are unlawful and are not acceptable, and that all enhancements currently in place, including funding for students over the age of 21, shall not be removed. Finally, be it resolved that Chiefs in Assembly direct the NAN Executive Council to immediately engage with Canada to ensure that projected sendings reductions at ISC and other departments do not affect education fundings for NAN students in any way. I will be asking for a mover and a second. Anyone gonna move? Okay. Hmm? Okay. Chief Taylor, thank you for moving. Second. Okay. All right. You good? Would you guys like to comment on this resolution?
Chief Taylor Ganugamine? No, I know this resolution is pretty straightforward. There are cutbacks coming, so we are to ensure that that we have the NAN Chiefs in Assembly agree that, you know, we're going to work towards resolving this and making sure that no further cutbacks are made according to under our inherent right and our treaty rights on the treaty. Miigwech.
Thank you. I second this resolution and I support it. I just need maybe Mike Sherry. I need your legal expertise. Can you come and explain the first therefore be it resolved? Therefore be it resolved that Nishnawbe Aski Nation Chiefs in Assembly confirm our inherent and treaty rights to education in conjunction with Canada's, I can't really say this, this duty to provide a quality education for NAN students. The part I would like clarification is how do we ensure, how do we assert, how do we, when we say our inherent treaty rights to education. Okay, I know it's treaty based, I know, but what do we really mean by that? Is NAN going to define that for us, or is it already defined?
Well, a couple of things there, Chief. NAN is not going to define it for the chiefs. I mean, the rights holders are the First Nations, and this is a Chiefs and Assembly resolution. So this definitely does not mean that NAN has any kind of mandate to define these critical rights. That's absolutely clear. In terms of what's referred to here, I mean, the treaty right to education, that's fairly clear. Both treaties have a strong right to education. In both cases, they refer to the government of Canada, but I mean, that can be expanded to the province, partly based on Treaty Number 9 and also Supreme Court cases. The inherent right would normally be the inherent right to self-government or self-determination, which is protected by Section 35, also the UNDRIP. And that gets more into the concept of jurisdiction, like the inherent right was jurisdiction, the ability to pass laws, control over education. That's what that would get into. And then the last key element is fiduciary duty to provide a quality education. So that would be that goes beyond the treaty right. Under the treaty, the federal government and I would argue the province have a duty, an obligation to provide at least, sufficient funding for quality education. But in addition, there's this legal concept of a fiduciary duty that the federal crown in particular, and also the provincial crown, have a duty to act in the best interests of First Nations. So I think the main purpose of that clause is just to touch on those three key elements: inherent rights, treaty rights, fiduciary duty. But in terms of implementing them and defining them, that's up to the individual First Nations. I mean, NAN always has a facilitating role in terms of supporting with research and that kind of thing, but it's up to the First Nations.
So inherent and what is it? Inherent and treaty rights to education. When we say that we're referring to a treaty, we're referring to a inherent right to self-government policy of Ontario?
Oh, no. Not, I don't even know if the government of Ontario has an inherent right policy on government, but no, that's
Well, somebody did back in the 80s.
Well, if you look back at the Indian Act, I suppose, but no, the reference here is to the inherent right to self-determination, self-government, which is confirmed by Section 35 of the Canadian Constitution. It's an UNDRIP. It's also just an inherent right from the Creator, and so it's a reference to that right. It's not a reference to provincial policy or federal policy or that, because that's a very low level kind of
Okay, on my last question, I'll give my time to Ramon. Gonna recognize Ramon, Chair.
Yeah, I think the language should be specifically in there for either self-determination or self-jurisdiction, because it's not clear if you're gonna confirm and insert the treaty rights to have either co-jurisdiction or self-jurisdiction, and I think that's important to expand on.
If you're suggesting our inherent right to say self-determination, I think that's a good clarification. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Thank you.
So would there be an edited version or just leave it like that?
Just the normal procedure. We would, if subject to mover and seconder, we would just add
I'm a
that to the screen, and then it would be part of the formal resolution. Yeah.
I'm a seconder.
Oh, sorry. That's why I assume you're okay with it. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay. So, therefore, be it resolved that Nishnawbe Aski Nation Chiefs and Assembly confirm our inherent right to self-determination and treaty rights in education in conjunction with Canada's duty to provide a quality education for NAN students. Is this what you were referring to? Oh, is it okay with the mover? Yes, okay. Okay. Now I'll call in votes for opposition. Abstentions? Okay. Okay. Should be good now. All right, carried by consensus. Which? Okay.
Great, thank you. Good, Miigwech. So what time is it? It's about 25 after. We were trying to take lunch at 12. We still have a full agenda this afternoon. I'm getting signals we need to eat. So it's your call. There's one more resolution we were trying to get in. Or do you want to take it? Could be quick. But then again, I was saying that all yesterday. Do you want to take lunch or do you want to deal with one more quick? Is it quick or food? Hey? One more or lunch? Okay, lunch. Okay, we'll take a lunch break. Food is here. Rosie Mosquito will be doing the blessing for food. And please bear with us. We'd like to be back for 1:15. Rosie. If we can have the remote mic turned on, please. And there's an on-off switch as well, Rosie.
Okay, Amir. Amir case na kumian ho mi na michim ka koyatan na makuha ken michak. Amir na kum koen ksemanto. Oe mi na ka moni kishtika tek tasitikeon. Na nakakikunan ka an kadekan humama mo. Ukmakanak. Yakumina uni kanita magik. Amiches baksenum goan huetisawenda man michim. Imam Maskausion George Ayamakak Juichi George Awasme Maskausioad George Umao Oyasub Matsuna Ukuenua Kunikani Tamagek Kayan Kitamoa Dudachnimuan. Ean Makinta Soye Kukuanuan Gada Chichikadekan. Eka Enakahkan ikuanuan ka dasachakadekan kakakwe wonachakadek mami nachakadekan kunanakake kunan ekumina hiwedeke nisma jamakahkan ikuanuan dasachakeunan ekumina ikuanuan kene mamo unenda mod hoemina kene aftakiskak. Amiches baksenum kuan kaknauya tisawen mat eko tisawen tamani michim na nakuman mustahikayan kiwat kiwe kakoyat na mat eko na nakap koya mustahikayan kit. Ami ektisin kasona ke oche ena nakum kon. Amen.
Choose your 1 minute. We'll be starting it in 1 minute. If you haven't done so yet, if you can sign in so that there'll be a couple of resolutions we still have to deal with, so we got to ensure that we have quorum. So if you haven't signed in for the afternoon, please sign in. So good afternoon. Good afternoon. Like to call the meeting back to order. Medyo noche na match time. Okay. Bonjour, good afternoon. I hope you had a good lunch. Gentlemen, so at this time, I'd like to call upon Deputy Grand Chief at Chibanishkam to come and do the honoring ceremony to recognize Oshke Pimachu and Wenjack Education Institute receiving their accreditation. So at this time, I'll call Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty.
Wache, good afternoon, everyone. At this time, if President Lori Deschamps and the members of the governance committee and her staff, if they could come up to the front here. And also if someone can get the drummers back into the circle. So good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here. I have the very distinct honor of sharing with you some very exciting news about a significant milestone recently achieved by Oshke Wenjack to become an accredited Indigenous post-secondary institution. Some of you may remember when the Nan Chiefs started talking about having their own educational institute where their people would be trained and educated. This eventually led to Nan Chiefs moving forward on their vision by passing Resolution 9664 in July of 1996 to establish their own post-secondary educational institute that became Oshki Pamachewin Education and Training Institute. Their vision included being innovative and unique in addressing the post-secondary and training requirements of their members in the Nan territory. Their own post-secondary institute would allow students to follow their own path and achieve their goals, thereby ensuring greater student success of their members. Oshki Winjak began operating its first program, First Nation Business Admin, in the year 2000. In its first year, Oshki had just 3 graduates. Since then, Oshki Winjak graduates have grown up to 114 students in 2025, for some approaching 900. And it's always such a great honor when the Nan executive get to participate in these graduations. The most recent was we had 20 graduate from the social work bachelor of social work, and that took place just 2 Fridays ago. So it's and also some of our Nan leadership were present too at that time. So let us continue to always support and applaud those that achieve those high levels of education. Oshki Winjak has steadily grown to over a dozen programs since 2000 that their students can graduate from earning a degree, diploma, or a certificate. Prior to accreditation, Oshki Winjak had to establish partnerships with accredited colleges and universities to grant the degrees, diploma, and certificates to the graduates. After nearly 3 decades of vision, persistent and committee-driven development, this accreditation is important because it marks a powerful step forward to fulfill the vision of Nishnawbe Aski Nation chiefs and our collective journey towards self-determination and education. It also means that Oshki Winjak can develop their own unique programs that incorporate cultural enrichment, quality education. I also want to, I also want to mention that there's been many people who have been part of this journey. It hasn't been easy at times. So I want to also acknowledge Rosie Mosquito, who served as an executive director for many years, and that she was very committed to fulfilling the mandates of this educational institute. And also I wanted to mention one of our former leaders, the late Gois Kakigamik, who as well contributed to Oshki Pamachewin. Recently, Minister Quinn attended Oshki Winjak campus on October 9th to make the official announcement acknowledging Oshki Winjack accreditation. Nan Chief should be proud of what has been achieved so far and look forward to what more this post-secondary education institution can do for the people. In closing, we want to share this achievement with leadership that are here and those in the past who have been very committed to our journey of taking education to what it is now. And we also want to, thank you for being here to be part of, to celebrate the accomplishments of the Oshki Winjack board and all the staff and current President Laurie Deschamps. So what we're going to be doing here is we're going to be presenting gifts to the president and to the staff that are here, including the governance committee. And we are also going to be asking you to join us in a little feast, which is berries, which are symbolizes sharing of a feast. So I have asked Elder Terry Fiddler and Elder Lucy Longpeter to help me with this. So if you can come up here. For this staff, the institution. Mhm.
Wegeninwen ko kajanonguanga kegonchatutamang. Wega kawitochagadeg kawinanakomendog wega kagi bimaptoach o kagi shkoniwach machinaja ekistoach. Deshwe odan kig march mistehen kiwach. Gabet das chimin chigiminen do gabet skönte nigan oete gnabendamart gabe. March mistehen en dago koega ga kistoach o getan schnimnanek. Das geja yemean o ka ugotan kig gabet oete nigan chipme otoach oega ga chinen dago skoniwen. Mia miigwach kitugo manito. Shona kamigo ndego tikndote kenak dejon bejogomete. Kenana kamigo minawen manito. Giga gochmigo machibuitishango. Kana nakomendago tan kiga motoach o ke bechote nigan tini kanabenda moach mach stay enendago koe katuchgatig ka miigwech kainendo tan kig egoge skausin ma eonche minendo ke oetenigan ke abech shin kabaksen mangito kazag engito denanak chigistoat oega kabaksen march ke winachis matzwach kindas monito en wech migonugum gaptagishkak oechisoendaman oega tuchgatig Cabbage oe maachego enon deseang ni nand ko gegon chitot tamang miskin kinagegon e pagit na mago enong gagishka mi miigwech kitago miigwech.
No.
Terry wanted me to translate whatever she said in Cree. I said no. Wachig. Muskajuna Begasko Nishnahasan, Namento Dimp. My name is Lucy Longpeter, and I sit on the Elders Council for Nishnawbe Aski Nation. It's an honor to be here to have the accreditation being honored for the Oshki Wenjack Education Center. So I'm just going to say a quick prayer in my own language. Kisten dagun anost kagishagak ebeche utta kaya pachik ukamahanak wapatahik kaya kisten dago huma kaskanam haton Aski Wenjack eki ministik Kiki ministik ya kutak che ya kiskramahaton che wenhanek che ya kiskramasatik ega maga kutak kanike tapskot universities katonoch che vegetatic we know because it depends on Aski Wenjack katonoch Gestenda esta omaitagoch Uma was Aski Wenjack Ginano Nishnawbe Aski Nation Wenhanek Chibeche Sknomasachik Shemando Ekamanda Spenamon Chiwichachik Okokai Apatisachik Kakasknomakachik Chetemenopanchik Niganteje Shkatasak Chibechi Nestawino Chibechi Yosknomasachik and Oma Aski Wenjack Adonoch Nagachek Shemando get the Miganamic Koyes Chispanchik Koyes Japatisachik. Oh, me question.
So at this time, President Laurie Deschamps would like to share a message as well.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Laurie Deschamps, President for Oshki Wenjack, and I would like to acknowledge our chiefs around the circle, our respected advisory council, our elders, our women, and youth for their valuable knowledge and guidance. Miigwech Deputy Grand Chief Anna Betty and the Executive Council. I am thankful for the vision of our past leadership who foresaw the need for NAN to establish their very own education institute, to be the institute of choice for all of our community members across Nishnawbe Aski Nation. I would also like to make an honorable mention for our past leadership, Dr. Rosie Mosquito. I would like her to join us once we have the honor song. Rosie was very instrumental in our getting recognized as third pillar for post-secondary education. And this was a step towards completing our accreditation. So Rosie will invite you up when we have the honor song. Miigwech. I am honored to be here today to lead Oshki Majuin, the Wenjack Education Institute, in this era of accreditation and to continue with the vision our leadership foresaw. It has been a journey of 25 years of being in service to our communities by establishing access and offering pathways to quality post-secondary education and training. How do we get to be here today? And what does accreditation mean to Oshki Wenjack and to Nishnawbe Aski Nation? By engaging directly with our communities and leadership, we've supported your needs in delivering programming that is needed to build capacity and bring brighter futures for our people. in contributing to the economic growth of Nishnawbe Aski Nation. We have grown since our first graduating class that saw 3 students graduate from the First Nation Business Administration program to having 114 graduates this past June. We have now seen 879 successful graduates armed with the knowledge and skills that enables them to provide for their families and contribute meaningfully to our communities, with the majority being for our Nan First Nations. We have gone from holding our humble but prideful graduation ceremonies in a classroom at Oshki Wenjack to having the grand stage at our auditorium in Thunder Bay for our graduates to cross and receive their hard-earned certificates, diplomas, and degrees. Our students deserve the best in quality post-secondary education and training. To date, we have worked with partner colleges and universities, but now being accredited means we may deliver our own programming infused with our collective traditional knowledge and perspectives and reflected with the lens of our people and nations within NAN. With accreditation, we will continue to reach our goals, but now with more meaning and in fully keeping with the original vision for Oshki Wenjack at the heart of all that we will accomplish. We have begun the process of designing curriculum according to our customs, beliefs, traditions, and languages. Once we have fully developed programs in place that are certified with the Indigenous Advanced Education Skills Council, we can then proudly offer to our graduates the honor of conferring their certificates, diplomas, and degrees. With Oshkobomajuwin, the Wenjack Education Institute, name inscribed within and not that of our partner institutions. This is education, jurisdiction, and action, and I'm proud to share in this moment with everyone here in attendance today. Miigwech to all our staff at Oshki Wenjack and to our governing council. Our journey includes the contributions of all present and from those who have served before us. Miigwech.
So part of the gifting ceremony is we're going to be presenting President Laurie Deschamps with a basket of sacred items because this represents a new chapter for Oshki Wenjack. So we will and we will also present some of the staff with some painted stones that were made by the art students at DFC, and they put a lot of their heart into that as well. So we're very honored that we get to share these gifts with you. Chmingwich.
Awesome. Mary's celebrate. Congratulations, congratulations. It's amazing. So we're going to continue on with our agenda, and we do have two resolutions that we're going to be dealing with at the end of the day, possibly before this next agenda item. So the next agenda item is the Bill 5 challenge, and Adam is going to be introducing. He's the Dragon Slayer.
Okay, Miigwech, Connie. So the next agenda item is the Bill 5 challenge. This is dealing, of course, with Bill 5 is the provincial, previously it was a bill, but it's now legislation. Based on yesterday's discussion, there was a resolution that we were going to deal with yesterday. The decision was let's deal with that resolution after this presentation. So that'll be coming after that. The presentation, I'm told, does not need to be in camera. So the presentation is open. But once we get into the resolution, that will be in camera. And by in camera, what that means is we'll turn off the live feed and we'll ask any media, any industry, or any government representatives to leave the room. Everybody else can stay. So if you're a NAN member or general observers, but if you are government, your industry, or the media, then you'd have to leave for the resolution part. But the rest of it is open. So at this point, I'd like to invite Chief Gagnon to come up and introduce the topic. So Sonia Gagnon, and we have, I hope we have online Kate Kempton. Oh, there she is, yes. So are you going to do it from here? Okay. So Sunny will introduce from the table and turn it over to Kate Kempton whenever he's ready. Chief Gagnon, go ahead.
Yeah, good afternoon all. I'm not going to take too much of your time. Just that what I want to discuss is, the challenge that, 9 First Nations are doing on Bill 5 and C5. I just needed to say this, that, these bills affect all of us, all First Nations. And in saying that, I can't, forsake me, see why there's only 9 First Nations, challenging this, as this will affect pretty well all of us.
Sorry, Chief Gagnon. In the room, I know there's really nice gifts going around and there's discussion. If we can stop the discussion. Any discussion can go out in the hallway, please. Chief Gagnon is making a presentation. Let's respect that, please. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I was going to go over there and tell them myself, but with the help of my 2 bouncers sitting beside me. Yeah, it's like I say, there's 9 First Nations. I can only speak on behalf of Ireland First Nations and express my thoughts on, why is it that we're, challenges this bill that's being imposed on us and without any consultation, without any input, and see if we can look at how can we do this collectively, like when we're 49 strong. And, I think, if we were going to challenge, a bill that's going to affect, us now and in the future, I think we should all be rolling up our sleeves to say that, hey, let's do this collectively, so that, we can have the numbers that we need, to support what these 9 other First Nations are doing. And it's like that, you know, when like Ireland and Ganuguming or you know, taking on Trans-Canada Pipeline. And there are 33 or 35 other First Nations that are affected by, you know, the pipeline itself. And then, you know, recent news that I've seen is that they want to put a pipeline through Ontario to, that's going to, you know, again, impact us. And but it's sometimes, you know, when you fight a fight, and you want to fight a good fight, we need to do this in a manner where we're all one. You know, the Nishnawbe Aski Nation thrives on, you know, unity, strength, and success. In the absence of our united front, we don't have the strength. Hence, we don't have the success. And if we're going to challenge this bill, I encourage all other 40 First Nations to join, you know, this fight in courts. Yesterday I talked about the youth, you know, how they're being, you know, want to be heard. You know, I think our fight should be in the courts, where we challenge these issues that are negatively impact us. And if all else fails, then we go to the land. And you know, that's what I was trying to say yesterday. I hope I didn't offend the youth with what I was saying yesterday regarding aspirations of First Nations, what they want to do for their own autonomy. So I don't know if my lawyer is online. I was going to, yeah, okay. I was going to ask her to explain in detail the legalities of where we are and where we're going and what the expectations are, you know, in terms of this challenge. And I would really encourage, you know, the other 40 First Nations, you know, that are around the table to really seriously consider joining, you know, the battle that is going to affect all of us, if not now or tomorrow. This is how fast this, you know, these two bills will come and you know, do what they want to do, you know, in our homelands. So with that, I want to ask my lawyer to, you know, speak the lingo of the lawyer language, because I should. I'm not going to say the word, but I can't. Anyway, so I'm going to ask Kate to if we can. If she can say a few comments on the legalities and what it takes to take this matter to court. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief. Can you hear me okay? You can hear
Yes,
me
we can
okay?
hear you okay. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm pretty stuffed up today, but hopefully I'll get through this. If I start sneezing, my apologies in advance. I just got off an hour and a half global video call called Earthrise. It's grounded in Africa, but it's mostly indigenous persons and allies from around the world trying to unify together to find a different way to move forward, other than what we're encountering now. And essentially, the outcome of this happens once a month, and the outcome of today's call was really the understanding that without justice, there is no peace. Without justice, there is no peace or happiness or serenity or comfort. And these two laws, I'll call them C5 and 5, but it was correctly said that they're not just bills anymore, they've been passed into law. But the federal C5 and the provincial 5 are the worst thing that I've seen legislatively in this country in 40 years. They set back decolonization efforts, real reconciliation efforts, not the lip service that some people pay to it, 40 years. They're terrifying. And I tend to think that maybe a number of chiefs and warriors and activists and just general like people out there, maybe there's a sense of defeat or being overwhelmed. So much keeps happening. And there's so much news out there that we get cluttered with it, right? We go online, we go on social media, everybody's screaming about something, right? That in the world or everybody's posting some funny video about something. There's just so much that it's hard to kind of, for me, figure out what's really bad and what's really good and everything in between. And you can draw your own conclusion, but in my professional opinion, having worked for Indigenous nations from coast to coast to coast for 25 years, this is as bad as it gets. And just take a step back for a second. I mean, I'm very grateful when I joined in today, I heard the words educational jurisdiction. Colonialism is the attack on jurisdiction. It's the opposite of jurisdiction. What it does, more than just taking land and taking economies, it's about one government taking over other governments and other peoples. It's about, in this case, the crown. Originally, it was the Dutch, the French, and the English, but mostly became the English, purported to take over all governance over the entire landmass of Canada and everybody in it. And we live in a Canadian system now that says that the only ultimate governors, people who can govern what happens, are the crown governments. Now, First Nations, you're subjugated under crown governments, that they need to consult with you and accommodate you on the way to them making their own decisions. But we're in a deeply colonialist country. Much of the rest of the world was colonized, but many of those other countries are much, much farther ahead at decolonization. And so the colonization here is that foreign governments, crown, came over and took over and said, we are now giving ourselves the right to take over all jurisdiction, which is the enforceable decision-making power and authority over what happens in a territory. That's jurisdiction. It's freedom. Who gets to decide in an enforceable way, backed up by laws and some kind of court system, some kind of enforcement mechanism, what happens into and on the land. It's not self-government. It's not about First Nations governing your own members on the reserve. This is about your governance that you did have over your entire homeland territories. So the colonialism took that all over. The crown took that all over and said, we, the crown, are the only legitimate government, jurisdiction holder in the entire land of Canada. And the effort to decolonize, yes, there's all kinds of need to get fair financial payments out of activities that happen in your territories. There's all kinds of need to build social programming. But at the end of the day, the problem, the crime, the scourge of colonialism that is ultimately in its various forms with its various heads that rear up is what has caused and continues to cause so much harm and damage. Will not be removed or undone until we deal with jurisdiction. Who gets to make what decisions? Until there are First Nations governing what happens in the land alongside the crown, at least equal power to do so. A parallel parliament, parallel legislatures, I don't know. But not just one crown and then First Nations being governed by them with some tokenistic consultation along the way. These laws push back efforts to decolonize. And, some of you are also party to the Treaty 9 case to take back jurisdiction. Like that's an active move to decolonialize and take back jurisdiction. Other cases, other protests, other activities that you and others are pursuing are active moves to undo colonization and to take back jurisdiction. These two bills, C5 and 5, will make that extremely difficult now. They set us back 40 years. They push decolonization efforts back 40 years. They do so, when you think about it, decolonization is removing the entire crown sort of grab of all the power and authority to make decisions. And instead of removing that power and authority and sharing it with First Nations, these two laws grab even more for those crown governments. They're taking more than they've ever had before, and they're taking it from you and from the rest of us peons out here in trying to live in a democratic world. But they're mostly taking it from you because both of those laws contain fundamental, heartbreaking provisions in them, heartbreaking to me and you, but not to the crown, that purport to give those two crown governments absolute power. They're called Henry VIII clauses. And that comes from a time 600 years ago where the kings and queens of England did have absolute power. They were effectively dictators, and the people who lived there were serfs who had no control over anything, that their land could be taken without any notice by the crown. That was the era that these came from. And that's what these are called. Because both laws say that the crown government can give their cabinet, so provincial cabinet or federal cabinet, absolute unrestricted power to make decisions provincially about what a special economic zone is and what can happen in there by who doing what. They choose the proponent, they choose the project. Federally, about national interest projects, without the need to apply any other provincial on the one hand or federal law on the other hand. So environmental protection laws, environmental assessment laws, fisheries protection laws, water protection laws, water taking laws, labor laws, human rights laws can all be completely ignored because both of those bills say that the cabinet can make decisions behind closed doors because cabinet does act behind closed doors. They're shielded by something called cabinet privilege, where we don't get to know the reasons behind decisions that cabinet makes. So behind closed doors, they can make decisions to designate special economic zones and approves all kinds of massive projects in them, or national interest projects that are likely to be extremely large, without applying all these other laws that exist. And those other laws would require them to engage with First Nations. So now we've got non-transparent, secretive decision-making by cabinet that can waive the application of all these other laws that are there for protection purposes. And it's almost impossible to challenge those cabinet decisions in any court. Almost impossible. Like that, this is the kind of power that dictators give themselves. And I don't know why. I think people in Canada have just become so distracted by so much noise and information out there, because I don't know why every Canadian isn't jumping up and down mortified by this. It's a move totally against democracy, but it's absolutely a move against decolonization. You'll be kept in the dark. Your territories, the things that you're trying to get your jurisdictional control over, will be subject to unfettered, Wild West decision-making that will be very difficult to challenge in court because it's made at the cabinet level. Provincial law, there's all kinds of other problems with it about stripping away endangered species protection and heritage protection and environmental assessment and mining act provisions. And federally, there's some language in the federal law that talks about consulting with First Nations, but the consultation provisions can be completely rendered meaningless and overridden by these other provisions that allow the federal government to just make decisions behind closed doors about what a national interest project is without applying all the other protection laws. And those other protection laws would have required those governments to engage with you, and now they won't have to. So this is going in the exact opposite direction. In one giant leap, they've leapt 40 years back. It's very, very, very bad. And I know some of you may wait and challenge individual decisions made under those laws, like the designation of a particular special economic zone or national interest project. And still other First Nations, and this is the other disgusting thing about these laws and what both Crown governments have done, is that and I just watched a video clip of MPP Saul Mamakwa challenging Rickford on this the other day, saying, you know, you're forcing through these laws First Nations to choose between survival and money, long-term survival and short-term monetary gain, because you're preying on the fact that many First Nations are barely getting by right now and throwing out some carrots saying, well, if you, First Nation, agree to this project, we'll throw some money at you. But if you don't, and if you don't want your territory and your ultimate survival of the environment and you as a people protected, and you're not going to buy into this particular project, then we'll deny you funding. This is what the provincial government has said. Like that's preying on the vulnerable. That's not real choice. That's duress. And that's what these laws are further going to do, is prey further on duress. Some First Nations will obviously go for the immediate money, but it's still getting money in a prison. As long as there's colonialism, you'll not have freedom of choice, of decision-making power and authority. And if we don't fight this, then we will find that all the efforts to decolonialize will be severely set back. We think that we can win this case. It's been launched, and it attacks the very content of these two statutes as being unconstitutional, in violation of your rights and in violation of the Crown's duty to act. It has a duty. It doesn't meet it often, but Canadian constitutional law says the Crown must act honorably toward Indigenous nations. And this is certainly the opposite. We're saying that part of that duty to act honorably must mean that they can't pass legislation that sets back reconciliation, which these laws clearly do.
Excuse me, Kim,
yeah.
Chief Archie Webas here.
Yes, hi.
I don't have your presentation with me. I don't have your document, like Erlen, Chief is here, and if I could get some sort of a handout just to kind of follow along on your presentation.
Yeah, I have a handout I will send after. I didn't have it here I don't have one up now, but I will absolutely make one available so that it can be handed out digitally to anybody who wants it. My apologies for not having it today. I didn't know that it would be particularly useful today, but I hear you. It'll be available. I'll send it over as soon as I'm done, if that's okay.
I'm just trying to jot down some notes of your presentation, and you're talking about these bills and everything, and I guess you're kind of just going into how can a First Nation or a group of First Nations challenge these laws to try to either change them, stop them, or end them based on what facts. I don't know, like there are laws already, but again, there has been Supreme Court decisions. One recently from BC, Cochin case with their Aboriginal title of the land of that section, and also their right to fish. So I just wanted to mention those, and if you could just tell me what is Airland planning on doing in respect of Chief's previous discussion here. All right, thank you.
Let's quickly finish then. The case is launched. So the case is in the courts, and 9 First Nations are they're applicants or plaintiffs. And some of them are here. And the bottom line, as Chief Gagnon said, is we really need more. We should have at least 20 in order to look like it's serious enough to warrant the attention of the Crown governments. I think we can convince Canada to fix the federal bill C5 by removing the sweeping absolute power provisions in it. But I've been told by insiders that they will talk to us if we get our numbers of applicants up to close to 20. We're at 9. Secondly, the Ontario government, no, I don't think we'll be able to negotiate anything, but it does matter. I think we'll slow the Ontario government down in what it's trying to do. It's trying to get in there and open up the Ring of Fire, for instance, right now. Some of you, like me, no doubt watch the World Series baseball games, and there were ads running all through them from the government of Ontario promoting the Ring of Fire without First Nations consent. And some may wish to consent, but the point is the Ontario government's saying that this bill doesn't need anyone else's consent. And so we're trying to strike out, get the court to rip up the entire Bill 5 and the part of Bill C5 that has these absolute power provisions in it. It's a constitutional challenge, and it is before the courts, and we're seeking to add another 9 or so First Nations to it now. Like, we need to put pressure on now. This has been launched for 3 months, I think. And it absolutely is already having an impact, I've been told by, lobbyists and stuff federally and provincially, but we need more impact. We can, in theory, win this case with one First Nation, but part of this is strategy. Part of this is making a show of unity. And with this being so serious, it is bolstering Ontario's confidence to go ahead and make decisions quickly to do a bunch of things without First Nations consent, because they don't think that they're going to be seriously fought. And so, I'm absolutely, Chief Gagnon and probably others I can see online here who are party to this case would, I imagine, say the same thing. We're making a call out or a plea to add First Nations to the case. It is already underway. It's already been developed, and we figured out how to argue it that is most likely to win. And we want more to join. And I hope very quickly, and I hope people stand up over the NAN meeting and go talk to Chief Gagnon and others to say, yes, you're interested in getting more detail about how to join. And then I can follow up with each of you individually. But this is what we're doing here right now. We need to bring the numbers up. So the case is short term, Meaning it's not a big lawsuit. It's a different kind of a case called an application. It could be over in as early as a year instead of like 5 to 10 years that a lawsuit can take. That Cowichan decision, Chief, that is my firm. I wasn't directly involved in it, but that is my law firm, and that's the other kind of case. It took many, many, many years to get that to court. And it's very different. It's a declaration of a right or a title. This is to get the court to agree that these laws are not constitutional and to throw them out. And it's like a very powerful kind of a case, and it's also very much a shorter time frame and far less expensive than bringing a lawsuit be. And it's moving ahead rather quickly. We're putting together all of our evidence, and so looking to get about twice the number of First Nation applicants added to it as we have now, and we're looking to do that before the end of this year.
Miigwech for the question, Chief Wabas. I was just asked by one of the chiefs on the floor here, off mic, whether we are in camera. We are not in camera. This is an open discussion. It's public. Media is in the room. Also, we are still on live stream. For the next portion, when we're dealing with the resolution, we will be going in camera. So, but anytime there's a requirement from chiefs, if you wish to go in camera, this is your meeting. You have that prerogative. So thank you, Kate. I'm not sure if that's your presentation, but I'll turn it back to Chief Gagnon for final comments if it is. So Chief Wabas, I think what I'm hearing is that there is legal action being taken. The group is welcome to in inviting other First Nations to participate. And if you do require information, what we're told is that that information will be provided here in the room through Chief Gagnon, and it will be made available. Chief Gagnon.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Kate for elaborating in the legal context. All I wanted to do is that there is 9 other First Nations that are on this case that are from our treaty area. And, I think if we can, expand that number, we can unite, we can be strong, and we can succeed. So with that, I thank you for your time and listening, and we'll see where this takes us.
Chief Wabas.
I have a question through Chief Gagnon to the lawyer. My question is the claim or the file is with the federal bill, as I understand it, the federal bill. It's nothing to do with the Bill 5. It's a federal bill where the cabinet has all the power to do whatever they want, whenever they want to decide on these national and priority projects, and once they decide, and then it's going to happen. If they've selected these areas of where the projects are going to be, and they're a national interest and priority, and those projects will happen. That's the power. That's the power that they have. They don't need to go through, the legislative process. They've already have that. They already have that in place, and that's the challenge. What Ireland and other First Nations are going after. Is that correct?
It's both. Both laws are being attacked in the one case, because both laws actually provide that absolute power to the respective cabinets.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right.
You're welcome.
Miigwech, Chief Wabas. Chief Taylor.
Good afternoon, Chief Taylor. Wapshke Nimki Benesequin and Dishnakaz. Gunagameen is part of this legal challenge with Bill 5 and C5. And, you know, this has to be challenged because you see the movement that's being done. There's legislation that has been created. There's acts under Bill 5 that they want to change. One of them is the Ontario Heritage Act with the archaeologist exemptions. You know, right now, at least, we do have some of those protections when we have any work that's being done in regards to mining. And with those exemptions being proposed under these regulations, that's not going to guarantee that, you know, we can have those at least in place when work is being done out there on the land. And Ontario is, you know, falsely trying to say that they are having meaningful consultation with First Nations. You know, we are under duress. My community is under duress. We've had 2 states of emergencies, another one that we just had to, you know, bring forth again because of the violence that has occurred in my community. And yet Ontario and Canada don't care. They're carrying on as business as usual, even though, you know, our First Nations are dealing with so much duress, and we're just trying to survive. And they're continuing to do this, change the law that will help them. You know, we've seen all the, like, you know, Kate mentioned about the commercials and things like that. And in those commercials, you see there's no mention about First Nations people. You know, they're selling this to the public. And, you know, Ontario needs to be challenged because they have the highest level of Crown obligations because of Treaty 9. They are signatory to Treaty number 9. So they need to be held even that much more accountable, just like Canada. And my greatest fear about all of this is that Canada themselves are going to hide behind Ontario with these regulations, and they're only going to go with one type of assessment. Environmental assessment is what I'm talking about. So it's really important that we get more communities, First Nations involved. You know, we talk about that here. I hear it many times at this table, that we need to be more unified, that we need to speak up for those that don't have a voice. Now is our time. We can't leave it up to our youth. You know, Chief Sonny had said that, for them to be out there taking and putting themselves in danger. Our fight is there. It's in court, and that's where it's going to lead. And, you know, they don't care. You know, with Saul Mamakwa questioning Rickford at that time, you know, he was questioning him about how much money they're going to spend defending themselves against us. He couldn't even answer that. Because, you know what, that's what they're doing. They'll spend money to defend themselves against us. Because we are the red tape. I have said that before. They're bypassing our rights, our inherent rights that we've always had. So I encourage as many First Nations to join. The more, you know, we have joined, that shows the government, the Crown governments, that we mean business and we're not going to take any of their, I want to say shit, but their BS. So, Miigwech.
Miigwech. You didn't say it, but we all heard it. Chief Loon.
Chief Loon Mshiyogman. So, as a leader for representing Mshiyogman, I've contemplated and thought about this many times, maybe even sleepless nights, and I'm sure all of us have as leaders, trying to figure out or trying to make some kind of recommendation, if you will, to
to your community to say, what should we do about these bills? The approach that Mishkigagmang took was to make a statement. We made a public statement on how we felt that these bills are, how basically we are not in favor of these bills. Now, knowing that the province has offered sessions, if you will, and we all know those sessions that are being considered consultations or what have you. They like to say it's not, but we all know it is. So strategically, what do we do as a nation to combat this? If we're going to go and do this with Ireland and the other 8 communities, then okay, how do we strategically do that? It's been initiated. On Mishkigagmang's part, we've taken upon ourselves to say, okay, here's what our stance and our statement is. That was number 1. We entertained the one-on-one session, and it was pretty interesting to see what that one-on-one session was. Basically, they stuck to script. They never altered from what their purpose of that meeting was for. Knowing that, we knew that going in twice. First, the opportunity to make the statement. Secondly, the one-on-one session. And during that meeting, and I'm sharing this with everybody, I'm not hiding anything, and we made sure the province would know that too, that anything that's said in this meeting with the one-on-one session will hear you out. I think more strategically, just to hear the province what was scripted and what they stuck to. For our own benefit in the sense that, okay, this is what they're going with. And at that time, we mentioned, and I said to the representatives in the province side that at no time are we going to make a comment, ask any questions, or even entertain your questions, but we'll listen. On that, once we complete that, you'll listen to our statement, and we will not accept any questions nor entertain any of your comments, and we'll keep it at that. Why do we do that? Just to make the point that here's a statement, and perhaps I'd like to think other First Nations maybe have done that, I don't know. But strategically, you like to think that's what we'll use against them. I don't know if that would work in this type of case. Maybe the lawyer could answer that, but if we did collectively do something like that, would that help out our case? Because yes, it is against our Constitution. And it goes back to what Chief Russell Westler said earlier today. And again, I'd like to make this public. I'm glad if there is media here, record this. Because we have to set up some kind of implementation team to challenge and raise our treaties at the federal level. So this is my thoughts, and I can't say yes, I'll join, but this is what we've done as a nation to strategically send a message to the province. So I don't know where we go from here, and hopefully we have a better conversation once we go on camera, but I just wanted to express that and relay that to my fellow chiefs, because I know we all have different interests, I get it, but at the same time, I like the idea that we get together as a group here to challenge this nationally and start thinking about how we're going to do this to try make the government realize what you're doing with our treaties. Thank you.
Miigwech, Chief Loon. So there, Chief Loon referred to once we go in camera, we will need to go in camera. There is a resolution, confidential resolution that we started yesterday. Actually, that started previously last August that we will need to get to. And as part of that will be strategy, internal strategy based on a briefing that you did receive in August, and you will be making you will be having that opportunity to make a decision. Chief Adlukan.
Good afternoon, Chiefs. Chief Adlukan, Yamatang First Nation. And it's difficult to make decisions that will be effective on our side when we try to stall some of the, or get involved with what's happening within the government. Our tribal council have wrote letters and statements to the, right at the outset of the two bills, stating that we wanted to be involved in the regulations of those bills. Not once did we ever get a response from the two levels of government, even inviting the ministers into our meetings. And it just goes to show you and tell us, you know, we're not listening to you guys. We're going ahead with this. Can't we do something more direct and more, I guess, as a group, as to say, no more of this, no more planning until such time you sit down with us. Because what I'm saying is put a moratorium over the whole Treaty Number 9. I don't know if that's possible, but it could be if we're all together. Because things are happening just as we talk here today. They don't want to listen to us. I said that at an annual assembly there last August, I think it was. And I got Minister Rickford upset for what I was telling him. And he never, I don't think he's spoken to me yet since then. You know, and I feel like there may be an opportunity here with the case that's going already, you know, because I think as days go by, we are slipping our grip in terms of trying to be on a table with them. I got a meeting with one of the ministers next week, plus some of the bureaucrats and mining companies that are interested in that area. They're moving. Even though we have our own protocol, how we want to be treated if they're interested in our territory, the permits are being handed out. They don't want to visit us and talk to us how we want to do business. So as we go along, we're losing our authority to our territories, we call. So I think, first of all, we have to, I think, focus the things we want to do as Treaty Number 9 to our parent organization. This is our position. We were not going to deviate from that position. We're going to stick to it, and we're going to go to whoever we can talk to. Put it on media. Well, if they can do it, we can. Because they don't talk to us anyway. So the message goes out to the general public in Ontario and Canada that they've already, you know, consulted us. No, they haven't. Even with this big, the two bills, they have never come into our community to say this is what's happening. Yes, they come to Thunder Bay, Geraldton, all those other places. That's because that's where they're going to get their support and push to move those C5 and C whatever it is, you know, the two bills. to move quick and fast. And it's happening, we're seeing it happening. How many times have we met since those bills came out? And we haven't had a real strategic position yet. We need to get, I think, never mind our personal interests now or what needs to happen. It's going to be involved if we go together anyways, what we think about that. Because it involves everything, this new bills. It'll affect our education, our land, water, everything that we want to do or want to keep sacred and or want to make sure our kids get to use it, they grow up. So for me and my community, we have written statements as well as letters to the ministers probably almost every time they make a statement. And you know what? How many of you First Nations supported my statements, or vice versa? How many of them have not, I voted to support? I don't think that's the way to go. Because if we don't do it now, it's almost getting to the it's almost getting too late. Where are we going to end up? Are we going to watch again? You know, that is my opinion. You know, we gotta start. We are Nan. Our kids belong to Nan. I can't say they only belong to Yagmatang First Nation. Whatever happens to Nan territory happens to them, as well as my community. We're not ready. We should have been ready a long time ago. Look what's happening in our communities. There are drugs and there are alcohol that's just rampant now, destroying our families. What causes that? I know some of you might not like that or get offended. It's the parenting. It's us. You can't see, you're not supposed to allow a 12-year-old kid running around at night. Do you see that here in Thunder Bay? Where does that come from? They blame the chief and council. No, it's the parents that are to smarten up as well. Even us as grandparents and parents. We should be moving our children, our young people, to go to school and get educated. Now, what does our youth do now that are of age to go to school today, 16, 17, 18-year-olds? They've already started a family. Now, what happens then? I'm being honest here. It doesn't matter what anybody tells me back home or here. Why do you think there's 13 people in a 3-bedroom house or 14, 3 families? That's because their kids are living with another woman or man in that house with 3 kids. That's being honest. That is the truth. Why do you think we're short of houses? I'm short 200 and something houses. Maybe it would be 175 if my school age, if our school age kids were in college or university today. You know, I was just talking to people that just celebrated here their, and I looked at their pamphlet. Everything our children need, our young people need is on there. Plumbers, all those people, and electricians, they could have now. What do our kids do here in Thunder Bay with all those opportunities? Some of them, absolutely nothing. It is our fault too. We got to have a little more tough love here. I don't know when I'm going to get people are homeless in my community, which I never saw before. So it's a whole ball of wax here. We got our situations that we don't know nothing about. We got opportunities we don't know nothing about. You name it. I don't know how many of you, when I go to the radio station in my community, I say, we got a lawless community. Kids are running around at night, they do everything, police don't do anything to the penny, the small crimes kids do. Our child and family services people don't do what they're supposed to do, aftercare. You can send a child out to somewhere maybe for treatment or whatever for 4 months. What happens back home? Nothing. When the child goes home, back into the same environment. And what happens? A month later, all over again. Back into the police, So, I guess what I'm saying to the chiefs as well as communities that are listening out there, we need to clean up our own backyards first. Everything that we do in our communities, such as bylaws and all that, have to be supported by our communities. Wouldn't that be something, I'd be so happy if we say, okay, listen, let's work on this thing. Communities stand behind us. We'll do the paperwork and do all that. And all we need is your support. Let's do it together. That would make me the happiest man, I think, in my community. Not proud of myself, proud of my community for waking up and doing something. We can't just watch our community go fall like that. And that's why we're in this situation now. So I'm just being truthful. I may be wrong, but that's the fact of the matter. So our worry now is what the both levels of government are doing and what's happening back home as well. And it is so tiring. When I'm at home, it's one thing after another, while at the same time trying to catch up the work I'm supposed to do outside of the community to better the community, to have better officers, better citizens. Well, that's all I'm going to say. That's what I see happening. Thank you very much.
Miigwech, Chief Adlukan. So we're going to go to one more speaker, and then we're going to deal with the resolution and then continue the discussion with the resolution. Okay, apparently there's two more. So two more and then that'll be it. We need to get into the resolution and then continue this discussion while we're talking about the resolution. So we're going to go to two more. Chief Kustajan Matarawaban online and then Chief Kuzis. And then we'll get to the resolution, which will deal with your action plan on resisting priority projects that lack free, prior, informed consent. So we'll get to that resolution and continue what we're talking about here. Chief Kustajan Matarawaban online, go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. Wajigmasan Hanagandagahtayek, Rachumidinamaswe. This is, and I agree with what the recent chief was saying, because a lot of everything we do is interrelated, and I keep saying that, and this brings me back. Like I'm one of the communities that sign on to this. I think we're one of the leads. And this brings me back to the time three councils and 2 councils ago. I've been serving on the council for 3 terms now, and plus going on 2nd term for chief. And all the discussions, I remember the elders that were there and the elders before that, they always talked about treaty. They all talk about how pristine our land is and how sacred it is and how life sustains us and everything. And they were tired. They were tired of being pushed around. They were tired of things happening on their traditional land without their consent, or things imposing on them. So one of the terms I sat on, there was elders talking and they were asking the law firm says, what can you do? What is it that you can offer us that for us to fight? Because there's no way else to do it but to turn to the white man's court system to help us fight. And at the same time, they were trying to say is that we're not like we want to fight, but this is not right. And those are the message that echoes today with me, because we go back and listen to the elders that spoke a long time ago, and I often hear them. I do listen, and I listen to a lot of people when they speak, and I try to do things in a good way for the better the lives of our people, our nationhood. And it is time we fight back. You know, we fight. We have to protect those youth that are out there speaking their truth, speaking their rights, standing up for who they are. But the justice system, and we know the policing can do harm too. And we have to be out there to protect them. And it is time we do something. That's what my message to everybody is there. Kan debnach, what's a good tago? That is enough. Let's stand up now. This is about our rights. It doesn't matter if you're for development or against development, but this is about who we are, our sovereignty, our rights. You know, it's on the line here. They're proceeding without us, and it's not right. They're violating our jurisdiction. They're violating the very essence of who we are. And that's what I'm saying with everything that we're doing. And we have to fight the fight. It's now or never. Minglish, I just want to share a little bit of that. Minglish, what Jake?
Miigwech Chief Kustajan, Metado Aban. Chief Kuzis.
Okay, bonjour. Miigwech Ketenim, the chiefs, for sitting here, and Agikagatuek, and the chiefs that spoke beyond me there. And thank you all. Right now, we're in a very tough situation since all these bills were coming on. You know, my community there stand up for the Bill 5. We were at the Parliament, and we went to the Queen's Park to stand. You know, we need to stand together on this, because it's all about our rights, our treaty rights. Way right now, the government and their duties has failed us. You know, it's not where we have to sit back. You know, we have to stand up as one. Like for me, I have a 30-year boil water advisory. You know, where is the treaty right for our community? You know, we went through with 7 prime ministers already. Nothing has been done. On top of that, a health clinic. I'm still waiting for our health clinic to be open. Where is Rickford? You know, I had 3 or 4 evacuations within this water issue. I never hear a single word from Rickford. He sits and listens when there's discussions on these evacuation calls. Where is he? And here he wants to come and fast track our resources in the backyard. You know, that's not right. I like to see him fast track our issues, community issues. Then we could sit down. I think we have to make a stand on that. Like it's these Bell 5s. I've been doing some research, talking to people. It's our rights that's going to be swept in the corner. The projects are moved, but us First Nation people is the ones that are going to get hurt. There's a broom. They got a broom. They're trying to sweep us in the corner, and that's some messages I've been getting from other people when I talk to them. A good example is Alberta. They got swept in the corner. They have nothing. What do they have is just a little checkerboard on the land, and that's how we're going to look if we don't stand together. You know, I really stand for my land, my right, and this is why we stand as we stand in our community. We see our future generation, they're not going to have nothing if we don't stand. We talk about the non-status First Nations yesterday, and we're facing that in the future if we don't put ourselves together. I know we have a lot of differences. Everybody wants to have a pro-development in their community. So was I. You know, but we have to protect our rights, our sovereign nation. We have to do that because our ancestors show us how, and we have to continue showing our young people on that. And there is lots we have to do regards to this situation. We, the community there back home, we put a lot of statements, just like what Saul for Hope Yamadung is doing. We do that just to share and respond to their comments. But I think we have to do that as a whole. You know, right now all the communities are not healthy, and they're taking advantage of that. Who's going to work? Where's the workforce is going to come? Who's going to benefit? Not us for sure, because we just put a drug epidemic statement, state of emergency. So where is that? Government hasn't moved it. You know, we need action when we do things. So I think we have to really discuss this. Which way are we going to move as one? I just wanted to bring that up. So, Miigwech, Kabizindamek.
Miigwech, Chief Kazis. So at this point, we'd like to get to the resolution. Just a reminder, the resolution was brought forward in August. Again, we talked a bit yesterday. The resolution is moved by Chief Archie Wabas, seconded by Proxy Frank McKay. Basically, the resolution is talking about an action plan to resist priority projects that lack free, prior, and informed consent, and also talks about an action plan that has many components, but one of the components, of course, is rejecting Canada and Ontario's unilateral impositions. So that's what the action plan deals with. So we need to have a discussion on that resolution. Having said that, We know that the Ontario government is probably listening. Federal government is probably listening. We are online. It's open to everybody. We need to strategize internally, not to hide anything from our nations and our people, but basically so that we don't have government sitting in our internal strategy sessions. They don't invite us into their sessions. So the request is to go in camera for this portion. And when we go in camera, we would ask that the live feed be turned off. All media would leave, government and industry. In this case, industry is the mining industry, that they would leave. Everybody else can stay for the discussion. So that's the request to go in camera. After this, we have another agenda item, which would be dealing with health transformation. Again, that would need to be in camera as well. No government, media, industry, and we'd have to turn the live feed off for that one as well. So I need a motion to go in camera. I need a mover, and then I'll ask chiefs if you wish to proceed. I'll need a motion to go in camera. Oh, Chief Gagnon, thank you. So we have the motion. Any opposition from the floor? Any opposition of going in camera? I see none. So with that, we will now go in camera, and we'll be back with the open discussion probably in an hour and a half or 2 hours.